Go ahead.
Yeah, it's starting this webinar. Yeah, are we live?
You're live.
All right. Let's go. All right, giddy up. How's everybody doing? We got some folks. What's up, Dylan? What's up, Marlon? What's up, Tim? What's up, Kelly? John, Aaron, AZ, Simon? What's cooking? Thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. Today's gonna be a fun one. So today is the Leads implementation workshop. And if we can make my presentation full screen, that would be lovely, guys. But beyond that, let's begin our little slideshow action. All right, fantastic. Can you guys see everything okay? Can you guys give me a little action that you guys can see it? To make sure that everything is nice and smooth. Yes? Okay, good. So I had a bit of a debate on how I was going to structure this. Let me see if I can think of a good example of like what the struggle was. So I'm going to cover a lot of tactics today, and tactics are helpful and important, and typically the smaller the business, the more tactical help they need. The larger the business, the more strategic help they need. But I wanted to start with a couple of pre-frames that I thought would be helpful. And I think that these pre-frames will likely be higher return because you think you need tactics today, but it's really you need the meta skill of being able to figure out the tactics for tomorrow that I think is the most valuable thing. But of course, I'll still give you all those tactics and whatnot, but I just wanted to like pause to take this moment to say this. Additionally, I'll tell you a quick story as it relates to you and the time for today. So I want to say 8 years ago, I went to a meetup, and it was actually the first time I met Alex Becker, who was at my launch. And I mean, we weren't friends, obviously, because I just met. And he was the weirdest guy at the event. And he showed up the first day. It was a 2-day event. And he was like, ah. And then he just like ran out of the room and didn't come out the next day. And I reached out to him like afterwards. I was like, what was that? He was like, oh, I got what I needed. He's like, and then I just went to go do it. And so he's obviously become very successful since then. And I just remember that little moment, which is if you get what you need, on it. I would rather you take action while you're motivated than wait until the motivation disappears, because we have very large amounts of motivation for very small periods of time. So I'd encourage you to take advantage of it. So with that being said, how do you encapsulate everything that is leads and marketing into one presentation? Well, you don't, but I'm going to try and do my very best to solve as many problems for as many of you as I possibly can today. All right, and so here's a couple of pre-frames that I thought were valuable. So one of the reasons that you're not getting as many leads as you want is fundamentally because not enough people know about your stuff. And it's very easy for me to say this, but it's like you have to really internalize how unbelievably large the market is and how small and ephemeral our attempts at being known are. And so I'll tell you what happened at the last launch 2 years ago. I had people still coming up to me on the street, and 19 out of 20 who'd come up to me, I'd say, hey, you come to the book launch? And they'd be like, I didn't even know you wrote a book. And I'd already had offers out at that point, and I was, advertising my face off for last launch, and no one knew. Now this time, I had a slightly higher percentage, probably like 1 of 4 had heard that I had a book launch coming, and 3 out of 4 still didn't. And I say that having spent like $4 or $5 million, and these are people who already know who I was, still didn't even know that I had a book launch coming. And again, I bring this up because so many times I hear the like, I think I've saturated my market. I don't think there's any more people who could find out. And it's like, you're just so wrong. And I want to give as many of examples to blow that belief out of the water as I possibly can. And so to further reinforce this, You guys may not know this, but a month before the Leeds launch last year, we actually had a leak. And so what happened was one of the people on my team was kind of getting everything ready on Amazon to launch the book, obviously, release it. And the way Amazon Books works, I won't bore you with it, but you have to basically upload the book ahead of time. And they accidentally set it up as live. And so they didn't realize that they had done that. And so for 24 hours, my Leeds book, which I had been keeping in secret, and I'd been, preparing all this like whisper tea shout, all this stuff, 72 people bought the book in like 60 minutes. And I was, a month plus out, and I was like, the launch is ruined. Like, oh my, like the book's gonna be out there, like the whole thing, right? Here's the funniest part of all of it. Nothing happened. And I'll tell you what gave me peace at night was I realized that somebody would have to take the book and then they would have to begin promoting it. They would have to start advertising it. Because I was out here shouting from the rooftops that my book was coming out. And it was this big event, this big thing, and still 19 out of 20 people had no idea who followed me that I even had a book. And so these 72 random strangers who did actually buy the book ahead of time, I saw one guy commented on a LinkedIn post. He was like, how is this somehow already in my Kindle? And I was just like, no one comment on this guy saying. And but as a result, though, it was this very valuable lesson for me of like, no one knows you exist. No one knows your business exists. No one knows what you're up to. Everyone's obsessed with their own lives. And it's like, we have to put so much effort into becoming known that we just typically wildly underestimate the effort. That's all I can say is that like, I knew that it would be a lot of work to build the brand that we have now. And it still pales in comparison to how much work it's actually been. And I've told the Ford story before, but I'll just tell this. Actually, I'll skip that and I'll save it for later. And so when we think about this kind of larger scale, I reverse engineered about how much it costs to become kind of A-list famous, right? So I would say shoot, I'm forgetting the girl's name from Hunger Games. What's her name? Jennifer Lawrence. There you go. So it's clearly not that famous. So Jennifer Lawrence, right? And Jennifer Lawrence, and I'll tell you why I made a case study for myself about Jennifer Lawrence. And you're like, how is this going to relate to my business? I promise this will all hopefully elegantly tie together. Jennifer Lawrence was unique for me in that she wasn't very well known before the Hunger Games, and the Hunger Games was largely about her. And so then I looked into how much it cost to advertise the Hunger Games as a movie, right? It was about $50 million. And I took that as almost a placeholder of she went from almost obscure to famous off of $50 million of advertising budget. And so $50 million of advertising budget is roughly 5 billion impressions. And so if you're like, well, how much does it really cost to make me or make my business famous? It's about $50 million or 5 billion impressions. So you can either grind or pay, but you get there either way. But that's the amount of money or effort it takes for that to occur. And so once I realized that, I was like, whoa. So if you spend $500,000 a year, it's like, okay, it'll take 100 years for me to get this level of acclaim. But the issue there, of course, is that it would be concentrated. Let's say it's a local marketplace or it's repeated to the same customers, right? But you can still cut that down and narrow it from like, I want to be famous globally, I want to be famous nationally, to I just want to be famous within my pond. And you can scale that math down to your market. So I just use that as my hypothetical extreme and then reverse it. And for me, probably the United States is I would say the primary, or English-speaking world is probably the primary market for me. But that was the math that I actually did before I got into this. And so this leads me to a very important point that I touched on last time, but I think is worth reinforcing, which is that unless you have a viral product, so you have some sort of zero-cost software that has no cost to add another person, all growth is constrained by irrelevance. If every single person in the world knew about your business would be bigger than it is right now. If every single person in the world knew about your business, then you would have the talent that you need to grow that business. And so fundamentally, whether you're supply or demand constrained, your growth is being limited by the fact that you are irrelevant within the scheme of the larger universe, right? And I just try to remember this as like, I can probably solve this by reaching out to more people, by making more stuff for the people that I want to serve, and by advertising more. And so I'll give you a final little frame here that I think will be helpful, which is I had a gentleman, Brent, who has a roofing company, and I said, he needed to get, I think, another 40 sales reps for his business to hit the goals that he had. And it sounded like it was going to be like a year-long project or something like that. And after talking to him more about it, I was like, you have kids, right? And he said, yeah. I said, okay. Imagine your kids are going to get abducted at the end of this month unless you have 40 sales guys. He was like, yeah. I was like, okay. What would you do? What would it take? Because you can do that. And I tell this story because Layla and I have a mutual friend who's a many deca billionaire. And when he started this new venture that he raised $30 billion for, fun fact, to build out the first level of team, he flew every single person into a warehouse where he hired 300 people in 7 days, and they did like 2,000 interviews with a group of 15 people. And I bring this up because when I heard that story, it was just such violent effort that I just am reminded about how much more I need to do to get to where I want to go. And of course, I'm going to get into the tactics and stuff, but I think that these are the more important things that can shift your perspective that I can offer. And so, like the ACQ implementation workshop, today's behavior changers. So number one, the goal of today is to ensure getting more leads is the best use of your resources. Because fundamentally, the only point of doing it is if it's the best return on your time. If you have other things that you could be doing, go do that. And I really mean it. Eventually this might be your problem, but it might not be the problem today. And if it's not, then go do the problem. The second is, if it is the problem, then I'll show you the best ways that I know how to advertise. And then number three, help you pick the right path to execute on this. And you'll see that there's a common theme today that there's many ways up the mountain. And I'll talk about this at length in a minute. But fundamentally, there's a lot of ways to solve a problem. And I'm going to show you many different solutions to the same problem. And so the idea of is it right or is it wrong, it should probably get out of your vocabulary. And you should be thinking in likelihoods and returns. So it's not like this is the right or the wrong advice. It's more, how much more likely is this to work? And what is my adjusted return on each of these different paths? And I think it's a much stronger frame. And it also allows you to entertain even more wild ideas than a more binary thinking process of yes or no. So I would just posit that, put your continuum hat on, your returns hat on, rather than your yes, no hat on. So, oops, these are supposed to come out one at a time, but that's apparently my mess up. So we'll just pretend the first line came up and we'll just go down with it. So a couple principles that I think are worth repeating, because I end up repeating these so many times when I have L3 days, when I meet with entrepreneurs who have this constraint, that I figured I would just say them kind of up front, because these can preload all the actions that are going to come later. So number one is that we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught, and we need to repeat more than we need to innovate. And so it's one of these very frustrating things that we think, because we're so special and we're so creative, we thought of this great idea. It's why so many people are like, he copied my idea. It's like, yeah, in the world of execution, ideas are not worth very much, right? And so it's so much more about taking huge and unrelenting amount of action for extended periods of time that you actually can get even a small modicum of people to even know you exist. And I bring up that first point of we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught, because there may be some things that you hear today that you have heard before, but it's just that today it's the right time to hear it. And so I would throw out the this is new, this is not new, and try and replace it with, is this what I need right now? And if it is, then it's the most valuable thing you can get. So the second is, and this is probably a very consistent theme within my content, which is that volume negates luck. Quantity has a quality of its own. And so saying this, it means more so that advertising is a game of massive assault, right? And the reason that of the 3 books, I believe that the Leads book it was the hardest for me to write, and also doomed to be the least popular of the 3 books, because it was the only one that once you read it, you said, oh great, now I have to do stuff, right? Offers, you could change your offer and then boom, you could have this change overnight, you say something different to somebody, right? Money models, it's like you put the mechanism around what you already sell and it becomes more attractive. Like all of these things are instant bonuses. You can imagine all these different creative ideas, whereas the Leads book in very black and white shows you exactly what you have to do in order to advertise in all 8 ways it shows. And what it sounds like is work. And the thing is that if we consider advertising to work like this, right? So let's imagine this black box is our business. All right. So we've got our money model here, right? And then we have some sort of input that goes into this. Fundamentally, all we do in business is turn raw attention into money. That's it. That's the whole, I mean, you could put every business in this very simple output here. And so once you have this business that has your little gear, in the middle that has all these, there's my gear of money making, right? Once this thing kind of works, the question is like, why are we not turbo bombing the hell out of putting as much into this box as we possibly can? And there's obviously a lot of reasons, and I talked about some of those at the implementation workshop. But if today the problem that you have is that you simply just don't know how to get more leads to get them cheaper, my hope is that we solve that plentifully by the end of the day, okay? Another little quote that I like is that if necessity is the mother of invention, repetition is the father of skill. So like sometimes you need to do more, not just because not nearly enough people know about it, but you need to do more because you got to get better. And the only way to get better is to do more. And so more is almost always the answer to your problems. And even when you don't think it is, it's still probably more. So that's just kind of a quantity versus quality perspective. The next is that fundamentally when I'm looking at someone's advertising or their outreach or their content, you need to make sure that you make it about them and it's not about you. And you have to use their words, not your own. And so one of the most valuable things you can do now with like AI, you can go and research the forums, you can go and research the reviews of competitors' products, of your own products, and then pull out the sentiment, right? And I'll say some project that we just actually did internally, we just reviewed all of our sales calls with AI and were able to identify what actions had the highest likelihood of resulting in a sale and what were the actual most common pain points, not the ones we thought, but the ones that actually preceded purchasing. And they were actually different than I expected. And so we're now going to launch a new campaign with each of the pain angles that is most commonly being brought up in people who buy. Brilliant, right? But like, it sounds obvious, right? And so like a lot of this marketing hoodoo, I think it distracts people from what matters, which is like, you just need to be very specific and say, you said you want this thing, I can help you with this thing by buying my thing. That's it. And everything else is just kind of like distracts from the core message, this core dollars, eyeballs in, dollars out. And so I like this little pithy aphorism, but like, assume they have no idea who you are, what you do, how it works, they're in a rush, and they have a third grade education, right? We need to keep it specific over general. And we need to think about the benefit of the benefit. So what do I mean by that? So these are very large kind of marketing concepts. But I bring these up because when I look at most people's marketing, these are the things that are missing. I'll give you all these tactics. I'll give you all these things. But like, if these are wrong, those won't matter. Like if you aren't doing enough or you can't stick with a marketing channel long enough, or you think that you doing 10 outreaches a week is sufficient, or you making 5 pieces of content a week is somehow going to like grow the business, it's like you just have a wildly mismatched expectation against reality. And then there's another group of people who you have to be specific. You have to be clear. And sometimes this happens in a little bit of the more marketing-centric entrepreneurs. They think there's so much magic in it. And I feel like some of you might have seen this before, but one of my favorite memes of all time is something called the midwit meme, which looks like this. And you've kind of got like, like an idiot over here. And then you've got like a, smart person here. Maybe I'll put some glasses on him, right? And then you've got like the midwit. And so what happens is you just want to make sure that you're not this guy, because usually this guy and this guy agree, and then this is the one that gets everyone confused. It's like, how many seconds should my ad be? And at what point should I drop this color? I think it's because the buttons changed and vibrated. And this guy's like, I think you just got to tell people what you have and make sure they understand that it's for them. And this guy's like, just tell them what you have and make sure that they understand it's for them. Right? So you end up going through this whole cycle just to end up with like, just be clear. Get to the point. And so many times I've seen this happen, but deletion will often beat explanation. Do we really need to tell them about it, or can we just remove it? I would say 9 times out of 10, when we look at a portfolio sales script, if it's underperforming, we remove stuff. We cut stuff. We just make it shorter. And believe it or not, when you make it shorter, you can be very clear about what point we're trying to actually make. And if you don't know what the point of the sales script is, that's the problem. And if you don't know the point of the ad, that's also the problem. And so a lot of the last piece of this, if I were to break this into 3 chunks, first is that you need a shitload of volume. The second is you need to be clear, you need to be specific and not fancy. You speak in their language. And the third kind of theme here is around proof. Proof is still, if I had like overrated, underrated, proof, despite all of the praise it gets, is still underrated. You need to show more. You need to document more, and you need to show more than you currently are. And I'm going to give you a bunch of tactics on how to weave this into your business, but you want to say what only you can say, and you want to show what only you can show, right? Like the reason that the marketing that I have, I believe, is so effective is because you've probably noticed this. Like I want to demonstrate always. How can I show first? Because if I could just stand next to my 20,000 5-star reviews, I don't need to say much. I can be like, the book's good. Look. And if you have a history of seeing stuff that has 20,000 5-star reviews being good, then you'll probably just believe me. Because fundamentally, the biggest issue in marketing is that no one believes. And so everything we do is to accomplish that one objective. No one believes you. Like if you're like, I can help people, decrease their page load times. It's like everybody would want faster page load times. So why don't people buy from you? They don't believe you. That's it. They don't believe you. And so just putting that as the top of the pyramid before you get into everything else, before you get into all the fancy copy, before you get into all the selling, before all the tactics, before all the money models, everything, it's like, if you don't have enough leads, it's because no one believes you. And they don't believe you because you haven't shown them or given them a reason to. And so the number one rule of marketing that we have at acquisition.com and every company I have is it's almost like this, bold, it would be above if we had just one office, we have more than enough people for that. But if we had just one door that marketing was under, it would be state the facts and tell the truth. Kind of like Dante's Inferno, it says, abandon all hope ye who enter here, right? So state the facts and tell the truth would be the thing over the door. And the magic of that statement is that if the facts and the truth are not compelling, you don't warp them. You warp reality. You change your environment. You change what you want to show. And basically that means maybe you need to do more. Maybe you need to get those 20,000 5-star reviews, because that's going to be the thing that when you just say, hey, I have 20,000 5-star reviews, you will get everything else you need. The reason I didn't make a ton of general business content until I had a $46 million exit was because I was like, who would listen to me? Even though I had Gym Launch and I had Prestige Labs, I still didn't think that anyone would listen to me until I had some sort of tangible proof that I was legit, right? And so many of you are just missing that proof. And the thing is that proof doesn't even take that long to get. You're just not getting it. So go get it. And so that leads into the final point about brand, which I think I'm going to save this to the end, and we'll get into some tactics now. But if you guys want, near the end, if you guys still have brain juice, I'll talk about brand stuff. Because at the end of the day, brand is going to be the thing that's going to help you continually compound your lead flow, continue to get more customers who want to spend more money with you, who do more referrals, they have more repeat purchases. All of this is a result of brand. It just takes a very long time to build. And so I want to get you guys leads today. But they kind of think of like, all the things I'm going to tell you today are things that are kind of like a paycheck. You do the work and you get paid. Brand is kind of like a 401k or an investment where you have to put money into it and you don't really see anything for a while until eventually the passive income from your brand is greater than the income you get from your regular work. And at that point, the brand becomes bigger than what you can do any day. But it takes time, just like an investment. And most people don't save and most people don't invest, and that's because no one can delay gratification. But if you can, and the thing is that a brand takes significantly less time to invest in than trying to build up 40 years of savings. It takes way less time. You can build a really good brand in a couple of years, but most people can't think past this week or this month. So I would encourage you to think a little bit longer, and I'll have more tactics on that later. But I just wanted to put these kind of as strategic principles before we dive into the tactics, because if you don't do enough, none of this will matter. If you overcomplicate the hell of it and you make it about you, and instead of making it about them, using their words, being specific to their needs, being clear over clever, getting to the point, none of this stuff will matter. And if you don't have enough proof, before you do anything, go get more proof. Like every business I've ever started, I start with proof before I do anything. Because why bother? One, I want to be more convicted to know that I'm really good at this thing. And number two, I want everyone else to be convicted, because it's like, why would I waste months trying to sell people when I haven't even proven that I can do it? So go prove you can do it, then the sales will get way easier. And you'll end up 1 year later being way further ahead of the guy who just tries to sell everyone who comes in with no practice. It's like I can get so much more practice by just doing more reps and documenting them than anything else. Okay, so a few ground rules for today. Some of these things that you have heard, which is a good thing, they may not have been what you needed to hear at that time, but they may be right now. So approach these things with fresh eyes. Beyond that, the clouds versus the dirt dichotomy. So one of the big issues I have is I can go pretty much as deep as you want because I've done all these things. But at the same time, there's many different businesses and industries that are represented here. And so I'm going to go kind of like 2 layers down, and the like click here and do this button stuff, I'm going to assume that you have a certain level of figure it out to even be able to be on this call that you can handle. And if you can't figure enough stuff of like click here, click there type stuff, nothing's going to work anyways, and you should try and figure that out. And I really mean that. Especially marketing nowadays is almost like a half tech role. I would encourage you to break any beliefs you have around like, I'm not a tech person. Like I would stop speaking that over yourself in general, because like this is the world we live in. And it's only going to get more technical, not less. And so you want to use these tools. Now you might be like, hey, I'm an old school guy. Like that's amazing. I'm glad that you're an old school person. But when you're in the war of attention, the person who uses no tools versus the person who does, the guy with the tools is going to win. And usually it's not even close. So like, if you try to dig a hole with your bare hands, you're not going to dig, like you could dig a hole, it's not going to be very good. Now compare that guy to a guy who just has a shovel and he can start digging a hole. Well, he's going to dig the hole way faster than the guy with his hands, and his hands aren't going to be beat up or nearly as beat up by the end of the day. Now imagine that guy next to a guy with a bulldozer. He's going to dig a way bigger hole in way less time. And the thing is, it's the same human, it's just human plus tools and an outcome. And so I would not take any kind of human pride in being old school about this, because at the end of the day, you just need to win. So here are my 2 truths for the day. You aren't getting as many leads as you want because, number 1, people don't know you exist. And number 2, the very, very few people who do, you haven't given a good enough reason to engage. That's it. That's fundamentally it. You've got attention, you haven't got in front of people, and if you have, you didn't give enough reason. That's it. And so that's what we're going to fix today. Sorry, a little tickle. But before we do, I want to make sure that we're solving the correct problem. Ice cold, nice. So, part 1, confirming your mountaintop. So, how do you know if leads are truly your constraint, right? So question number 1, can you handle more customers? Yes or no? So in the chat, let me see it. Yes or no, can you handle more customers? Okay. So for everybody who's answering yes, good, because otherwise it would be a short day. So that's question 1. So question 2 is, if yes, can you afford to get more? As in like, could you just spend more? And if you spent more, you would get more. All right, so here's what's nasty about what I'm about to share with you. If you answered yes to the first thing and yes to the second, you should just do that. Just go spend more, just go do more outreach, just make more content, and you can forget about everything I'm about to talk about. For real. This is the ultimate, like, I don't need you to need me. I want you to win. Now, if you said you can handle more customers and you can't afford to get more, then is it because leads cost too much? And the way that you know that is based on industry averages. Now, if you're not familiar with that, maybe I'll do some calls at the very end of the day. But like, If you're acquiring local businesses, your cost of acquisition should probably be between $1,500 and $3,500-ish. If you're just looking for normal brick and mortar businesses, home services, things like that, if you sell to that customer. If you're looking at consumers, that's going to vary very widely, and it's going to depend on the volume of spend, but it can be anywhere from, and again, it's going to depend on the price point that you're selling at, but from, in the tens of dollars all the way to about 1,000, depending on what it is that you're selling. I'm speaking in broad generalities. And if you don't know how to do this, just Google industry average cost of acquisition. You can also, AI it to figure this out. And the reason this is important, I'll tell you the story, but like Alan, the software company we had, I could see everybody's cost of acquisition. And what was fascinating was that the cost of acquisition between people in different industries was often very similar, but the size of the businesses wasn't. And so the goal of today is really only to fix your business if your cost of acquisition is way too high. Otherwise, you have other problems in the business, for real. Even though you probably love marketing and maybe you like some of my stuff around marketing, it still might not be the issue. So the next issue is like, okay, maybe you can't afford them because you convert too few. Well, if that's your issue, today I'm not going to solve that. I'm just going to show you how to get more leads for less. That's all I'm going to show you how to do today. The next workshop where I talk about sales conversion, we'll talk about that stuff. But today is just going to be on how to get leads to cost less. And again, how would you know about this? It's going to be benchmarks by conversion mechanism. So you're either going to sell in person with a salesperson, on the phone with a salesperson, via checkout page, or via some sort of big presentation. But like there's not that many conversion mechanisms. And so we just need to know what your conversion is compared to benchmarks. And if you're at conversion, then your leads are costing too much, right? If both of those are right, then we could run the other issues. So here we go. Now, the third issue would be that you don't make enough from them. This is the lifetime gross profit problem. Now, if this is looking familiar to the Mosey 6 or the 6 M's, right, that's because that's exactly what this is. All right, so if you don't make enough from them, then again, if you have your industry average lead costs, but you still aren't making money, that's a pretty good sign. And then finally, if you don't have the cash flow to cover it, then that would be the next issue, which is like leads are costing the right amount, we convert the right amount, we still make profit, but we're not getting paid fast enough. So today is only going to cover this one. All right. So it's funny because like the Mosey 6 is just like these six bullets, technically 9, I think, if you think about all the sub questions. But this entire presentation for today is literally just around one of those bullets because there's a lot there and there's a lot of different ways to solve it. So, quick side quest on this. If you are not supply constrained, which many of you are not, an increase in any part of the funnel will increase throughput. All right. So I'll give you an example here. Let's say you have $1, there's $1 CPCs, so cost per clicks, whatever, that go into here, and then you get 10% to opt in, and you get 10% to schedule. I'm just making these numbers up. These are not good numbers. All right, then you get 10% of those people to buy. All right, just very simple math here. All right, so if this is the case, right, we would just know if I can move this to 15%, I would make more money. If I moved this to 15% and everything else stayed the same, I would make more money. If I moved this to 15%, I would make more money. All of these would make more money. Also, by the way, how much more would you make? 50% more. Just by changing one of these things. Like, wild. Which is why actually having metrics on each of these things, when you look at them, you're like, I'll bet you I could get this from 10 to 20. Well, there's a double. My schedule rate, I could probably get this from 10 to 50. Well, there's a 5x. Well, if we just did those two things, you have a 10x in your business, right? Now, you might think, okay, and the reason I'm bringing this up is, well, if I need to get cheaper leads, wouldn't either of those things result in that? And the answer is yes. And so the reason this is important to bring up is that there are multiple ways up the mountain. There are multiple ways to solve your problems. And I think there's a huge fallacy among entrepreneurs, or just people in general, to think that there's only one solution. And I think part of that is because the formal education system teaches us that there's only one right answer. But we have to think with a divergent thinking process rather than a convergent thinking process. There's many ways to solve it, and they can also all be right. And the more ways you can solve it rightly, the more right your answer will be in terms of how much you can make from it. Okay, so with that being said, part 2, many ways up the mountain. So there are many equally effective ways to decrease lead costs and increase lead flow. All right, so if you imagine each of these kind of colored lines on this mountain here, each of those is another way that could get to the top. All of them start in different direction. You'd have different scenery, different views, but fundamentally, all of them get to the top. And so you can imagine one person yelling at another person saying, my way of getting to the top is better. Now, if we looked at this, assuming this was two-dimensional, there are some that will be shorter paths than others. And so there are some paths that may be better for you. And so the path that you would select, or the path that I would select for you, because we're going to go through a lot of different paths, should be the highest risk-adjusted return path based on your existing skills and resources. So that means that two people can look at the mountain, and one person's really good at jogging, and one person's really good at climbing, rock climbing. Both of them might get to the top, and both of them might take the same amount of time, even though both might cover very different amount of distances. And one might be riskier than the other. But it's all based on your existing skills and resources. So, with this being said, and this is the value of okay, how can Alex specifically help me? If you were here in person, right, I would look at your background and your skill set and the cash you got on hand, and I'd be like, okay, well, of these 3 different ways, which one do I think is the highest likelihood way of them working? So if you've done ads before, I'd probably recommend, if you need to get more leads, that you do more better ads. And I'll talk about that in a second. If you've made content before, my likely first suggestion would be to make more better content. If you've done outreach before, then the recommendation might be do more better outreach. Now, of course, there's a time where you start other channels and things like that. But by and large, more is always the risk-adjusted best bet. And so this is kind of how we're going to dive into this and how I've split this up today, because many of you guys acquire customers in different ways. Right? But fundamentally, almost everyone here acquires customers through ads, outreach, or content, or a combination of them. All right? Once we know that, we'll then need to pick the right method, right? Which is what we just covered. And once you pick the right method, next we'll have to pick the right strategy, more, better, new. Ta-da. 99% of the time, it's going to be more, better, and not new, just as a side note. And if you think, by the way, about how this nets out to volume times leverage equals output, which is the ultimate work equation for what you want, more is volume, leverage is getting more out of the volume, which is better, and then that gets you what you want, which is output. So if you want to increase output, you either got to do more or do it better. Or, my personal favorite, do both. Now, what I have noticed over my career, because I'm somebody who will take a huge amount of action for extended periods of time, is that there tends to be this kind of accordion back and forth that happens between more and better. And so I'll give you an example. So let's say that you are making, one YouTube video a week and it's generating you X amount of business or growth. Okay. If you make more YouTube videos and you go to 5 YouTube videos a week, you'll likely get more views than you did with 1. But then when you look at your 5 YouTube videos, you'll probably then notice that one of the 5 or one of your 10 will dramatically outperform the other 9. And then you'll think, man, if I just had more time, I'll bet you I could make more of those other 9 like that one. And so then you say, well, what if we went from 10 videos down, every 2 weeks to 3? And then you make 3 videos. And then those videos are on average significantly better, and then you end up getting more views overall. But then once you get really good at making those 3, you're like, you know what? Let's see if we can do 10 like that every 2 weeks. And then you go back out. And then all of a sudden, one of those 10 is going to be way better than the other 9. Right? So this is an accordion process that is normal and to be expected. And I think that it just depends on where you're at kind of in the pendulum swing. But this is just something that I have noticed, is that we do more, we do better, and we do better, and then we do more, and we go back and forth with this. But you still have to be making sure that you're doing one or the other. And if you're not sure, start with more, because more will always make you better. And so there's also like a math reason behind this, which is for most people, for most people, more is the risk-adjusted best move. Like what you're doing is already working to a degree. And so simply just adding significantly more volume into our little process here that has money spit out the other side, there's so little risk of doing more, like that risk doesn't work. It's almost always the one worth exhausting first. And it's just that people have these very odd limiting beliefs around like, well, I can't do more than 100 outreaches a day. It's like there are companies that do 100,000 outreaches a day. right? But you may be like, well, I don't know how to get the leads for that. Great. At least you can identify what your problem is. Now you can go solve it. So I'll give you a broad sweeping generalization here that's almost always right. So if you are less than $1 million a year, the answer is almost always more. And the reason that you have volatility right now in your business, like sales go up and down, right, is that it's a product of insufficient volume. You're small because you do too little and no one knows you exist. And so I'll give you the typical example here. Let's say you do one deal a month, all right? And next month you'll do one deal. You don't know what day of the week, but you usually do about one deal a month. And the next month you'll do another deal, and you don't know where it's going to come from, but you'll do one deal, right? There is a math way of expressing this, which is that every day you do 1/30 of your daily advertising activity. And so what appears to be volatility is just insufficient volume. You're just not doing enough. And so you have to raise your minimum standard of how much that is, right? So if you wanted to get to a deal a day, and there are probably people in your industry who can do a deal a day, whatever industry you're in. Said differently, there are people in your industry, almost every one of you here, that there's somebody doing 30 times more sales than you. That's probably true. And if that is true, I will also bet you they're doing 30 times or more the advertising activity. And that sounds crazy to say because you're looking at it from your own perspective. But it's true. Now, I want to put, again, some perspective on this. So this is from the recent book launch. People saw the $100 million number and were like, wow, that was a big number. Right. We also had more than 20,000 affiliates. So think about 20,000 different businesses that were promoting this launch on our behalf. If I just said that, people would be like, whoa, that would be a really big launch. Now, if I also said that we made over 3,000 ads that we ran in the 6-week window, that would also be something that people would be like, whoa, if we only ran 3,000 ads, like that would be a crazy amount of advertising that we'd be doing in that period of time. Now, if I also said we advertised those 3,000 ads across, and this is not counting doubles, this is just counting creative. All right, but we took those 3,000 and then multiplied that again across X, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, podcasts, email, billboards, direct mail. A lot. A lot. And if I just said that we were running a campaign across all of those advertising mediums, you'd probably be like, whoa, that's a ton. But then on top of that, we made 35,000 pieces of content. And so, like, I'm demonstrating this so violently because I think that if I can break this belief, if I just break this belief, then I'll have, like, if I can just change your behavior in this way, that you just dramatically increase how much your standard is for how much you need to do, then like mission accomplished. But you probably just aren't doing enough. And so you have to start counting in thousands, not in ones and tens. And I use the rule of 100 in the leads book as just like a primer for somebody who's getting started. But like, if you're trying to win, like, the nice thing is that no one takes any action. And so like, it's very easy to beat people. But you just need to make sure that you're not one of them, which is most people. And so I'll tell you something that kind of shifted my perspective in terms of you're increasing a minimum standard. So in the financial world, some of you guys may know this if you're in the finance world where they say finance. All right, if you know what I'm saying, it's a very small, it's inside joke. Anyways, but if you're at the Goldman Sachs of the world, if you're in the private equity world, right, one of the sayings that they'll have is they'll be like, here's a stick, or I made 2 sticks, right? Now, what is a stick? A stick is slang for $1 million. And because those guys make so much money that they change the increment back to 1 stick, 2 sticks, 4 sticks, right? That's how much money they made. And I remember when I was broker that I used to measure the amount of money I had in Chipotle burritos because I just knew that that's how many meals I could have from that. As I made a little bit more money, it was months of rent, right? And you probably have some standard that will continually increase. And so this is where like you can tell typically how wealthy someone is by the increments they count in terms of time for how long they think out and money in terms of how they think about their bets. And so right now, like if I were to start a new business, and this is again, minimum standard thing, if I was going to get into a new industry, right, I'm immediately going to be thinking like, how do we build a 50 to 100 person sales team? how can we scale our spend up to a few $100,000 a day? And I'm basically just going to be relentlessly going in that direction until we've at least hit there, because that's where I'm very, very comfortable. Now, the thing is that there's guys who are bigger than me that are like, if we're not spending $1 billion a month in advertising, like, what are we doing? Right? Or we're not spending, we're not spending X, Y, Z. Like, there's levels to this game. And so the goal is like, how can you pull forward your standards of future you to today so you can solve for it and do so much more volume? Now, this is all about more. You're like, but when do you do better? And so the nice thing is that there is a math answer for this too, which is that when the incremental return on better is greater than more. So fundamentally, what is strategy again? Strategy is prioritization of resources, right? And good strategy is getting the highest return on the limited resources you have. That's good strategy, right? And so I'll give you a very simple example of A versus B. So right now, if you're, sub $1 million, you probably have like one salesperson. And so the effort it takes to hire another salesperson is large, right? But if you have one salesperson, you almost always just need to add more salespeople, right? And so the result of going from one proficient salespeople to two is that you would double sales. Now, let's compare that. That one salesperson, let's assume that they're proficient, right? They're doing okay. Maybe they're not the best in the world, but they're okay, right? You do everything under the sun to that one salesperson. And you might take your current salesman from 25% close rates to 40, which would be a 60% improvement. And that'd be a monster improvement, right? That'd be a great improvement for one guy. But in that instance, it would still probably make sense for you to just get more salespeople. Because if you just doubled them and didn't go from 25 to 40%, you would still make more money. And you'd also decrease the risk of the business because you wouldn't be, limited by one guy. Now, when does it make sense for you to do better? So let's say you have a 20-person sales team, and getting them from 25 to 30% as a team might end up being less work than onboarding and training another 4 salespeople, right? And so if I go from 25% to 30%, that's a 20% improvement. And if I go from 20 salespeople to 24 salespeople, that's also a 20% improvement. And so both of those net you a 20% improvement. The question is, which of them is easier? Which of them requires fewer resources? And so that fundamental decision. So if you're asking yourself, like, well, I want to make more money. Well, both of those would make you more money. So which one do you do? That is the essence of good strategy. Both would work. The key is that we move faster by getting more for what we put in. And that is the foundation of leverage, which is making the decision or the right decision that will yield you the most for what you put in. So we covered more, we covered better. When do you do new? At least as it relates to getting more leads. I've so dramatically constrained the new bucket. Like, you have to have a very good reason to new when you could just do more or better. So number one is that if you've actually maximized a market, this is far more common in local than it is national, but if you've actually maximized a marketplace, you have a huge percentage of market share, or your spend covers that entire marketplace many times over in terms of frequency, yeah, you can look somewhere else. You can fish in another pond. The next is if the platform itself is shrinking. So let's say you use newspaper ads as your way of getting customers, but newspapers are going down 25% a month or a year. Well, you can do math that like 25% compounding in the wrong direction is not a good thing. And so getting a head start on getting to another platform, doing something new, probably a good idea. The third situation is where, and this is the one for all of them, is that the incremental returns on new are greater than the returns on more or better, which is super rare. Because we have to look at it as risk adjusted. So I know that if I just double my ad spend, I've already covered almost all of this risk. So if I double my ad spend, it's likely that I'll have a double in throughput, or at least a significant increase in throughput, right? If I take that same money and put it into something new, the likelihood that that thing does better than me just putting more into my main machine, low. But then you probably ask yourself, well, once I do more, then what do I do? It's like, well, then you ask the question of like, can I do more again? And you'd be surprised at how often the answer is yes. And so then the problems that you have to solve are, well, how do I do even more? How do I do even more? And these are the hard but solvable problems rather than the exciting problems that lead you to new and shinier objects. So once we've picked the right strategy, then we pick the right tactics. So we figured out our method. We're running ads, we're doing outbound, we're doing content. We talked about that. Then we figure out we're doing more, better, or new. Got that. Then we do tactics. which then goes to part 3, which is picking the right path up the mountain. All right. So first we had to confirm, is this even a problem for you? If it's not a problem for you, you should not do this right now. Like, this is not the constraint of your business. So let's assume that you said, you know what, it is the constraint of my business. I need cheaper leads specifically. Everything else is fine. I just need cheaper leads. And if I did that, then I would make more. Cool. Under that assumption, then there's many ways that you can go up the mountain. And then you have to understand that concept, because any of them could work, but we want to pick the one that has the highest risk-adjusted return for you based on your existing skills and resources and the path that you choose. Now, we get to picking which path you want to take, which is part 3, okay? So for ads, these are the kind of big 6. These are the 6 bigger buckets of things that can improve your ads. So if you're somebody who runs ads as your primary getting leads, can you throw some ads? Can I get ADS in the chat if you're an ads person? All right, Daniel, Satya, JP, Jacob, Dakota, Max, Daisy. Yes, we have some ads. Great, fantastic. First off, you should absolutely read Hooks, GoDaddy, Marketing Machine, probably incorporate Proof in there too. Like, make those the thing that if this is actually a constraint, you should be focusing on those. Now, I'll give you 6 buckets today. Now for organic, there's also 6 buckets. Better offers and leads, more content, better CTAs, more content, better CTAs, better targeting, and how to repurpose. And then for outreach, we have the same thing. We've got better offer and lead magnet, more outreach using AI tools, buying more leads from brokers, software and manual effort, better targeting with AI list enrichment, and then split testing all components. So each of these has a significant amount of work that we're going to get into. And so we're going to do them all. I told you this would be tactical. So I'll try and give you guys a little bit of a mental break as we go through this. But the point here is that think about this as a highway, right? Like, I want you to get off on the exit that is where you're going. Like, you don't need to just stay on the highway the whole time. Like, I want to get you to where you're trying to go. So if you're like, oh, clearly this is my problem, then don't overwhelm yourself with other stuff. Ice cold. So nice. Okay, let's start with the first one. Now, better offer / lead magnet is going to be one that literally affects all 3 of these. And so I'm going to touch on this briefly because I wrote a whole book about it. But despite writing the book about it, many people still have terrible offers and/or terrible lead magnets. So I'm going to cover kind of like the common troubleshooting that I go into with people who have bad offers, bad lead magnets, or both. All right, so let's just focus on the offer side. I forgot to put the little thing so that it comes one at a time, so I apologize. So these are all popping up at once, okay? So let's imagine that, and this is actually probably the most common thing, like this is especially true with home services, but if you are in an industry where it's very difficult for other people to compare your offer, or very easy for people to compare your offer to someone else's, you need to win on one of these 3 vectors. You need to either be faster than somebody else, you need to be less risky than somebody else, or you need to be easier, or multiple. But you have to, from a strategy perspective, you want to focus on at least one of those 3 things. And so whether you're doing kitchen remodeling, you're doing roofing, you're doing concrete, it doesn't matter. There's always a way to be faster. There's always a reason to be less risky. There's always a way to make it easier for the customer. I promise you, there's always a way. Now, then you might think, oh, but I can't afford to do that. No shit. That's why you raise your prices to reflect this premium, because you're no longer a commoditized product. And guess what? People will pay for it. So what I would encourage you to think about your offer is, what would it take for me to get this outcome for a customer in 1/3 the time? Like, actually answer that question. And this is why it's good to do this with your teams. Like, what would it really take? So rather than saying we can't do it or we can't afford to do it, answer the damn question. What would it take? Now, if it would take paying contractors 50% more to get them to do same day, next day responses for you, fine. Then the next question is, can we sell that to customers? Now, if the answer is yes, then ding, 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 we have a winner. Now, if the answer is no, then we just go up market to rich people who absolutely value speed, risk, and ease. So if you need to improve the offer, one of the first places I look is speed, right? What would it take for us to get it all done in 1/3 of the time? So, I know we're getting X-rated. Did I talk about this? This is going to be my launch of Only Alex. I didn't tell you guys that. The next one is risk, right? So, can we insure the biggest fear, or can we guarantee against it? So you can think about this from a warranties perspective. You can think about it from a guarantees perspective, or one of my personal favorites, because this is something that I've implemented with plenty of businesses, is you actually just get an insurance policy on whatever their biggest fear is, and you say, don't worry, we cover damages up to X because we already have insurance for it. And you include that into your cost, which typically is not nearly as expensive as you think it would be. So that's the second vector that you can consider from an offers angle. And yes, I'll be here all night, and I've got even less underneath. Calm down. So the third is ease. And so the way to think about ease is, how much can we kind of prepare the way for the customer ahead of time? Like, how can we prepare for them? Is there anything we can do in the intake? Is there anything we can do in the onboarding? Can we do any kind of this prep ahead of time so we can do pre-work for them so we can make their experience that much more seamless? And what's crazy is that so few businesses think this way or do it, that customers will almost always appreciate and recognize it when you do it in your business, right? Like, this is a soft toss, but for those of you who have been out to L1 or L3 or L2 for in person, many of you can probably tell, like, we take a huge amount of care in making this an exceptional experience for everyone and try to bring in as many of these tiny little details as we possibly can. So like when people know your name when you walk in, they know about your business, like all that stuff takes work on our side so we can make it a delightful experience for you. And so when we're thinking about the offer, like I think about these value vectors because these are the things that are really going to drive the business. And right now, if you're like, I'm suffering because I'm a commodity, this is how you solve it. Now, the fourth one here is now introduced because we have Money Models book out, but you can always just wrap what you currently have in giveaways, win your money back, decoy, pay less now, pay more later, or buy X, get Y free. So you can immediately take whatever it is that you're selling, and you're like, man, if I could just get cheaper leads, then do one of the attraction offer mechanisms. Do a giveaway, do a kitchen remodel giveaway. And I promise you, guess what? You call everybody else who's in second place, who didn't win the grand prize, and offer them a second place prize. Offer them a participation trophy. Hey, here, second place, by the way, is $2,000 discount on your kitchen. You won. Congrats. Right? And if something that's more service-based where they have to do stuff, win your money back works awesome. If you have a more transactional style business, decoy works great. Buy X, get Y free works in so many different versions of this. The key with Buy X, get Y free, by the way, guys, is you want to give away more free than someone pays for, and you just adjust the price accordingly. So let's say instead of, let's say it's $100 a month for 12 months, it'll be $1,200. What you do is you do like buy 6, get 6, or buy 4, get 8. That's like a crazy deal, but you just make the 4 $300 each. Just big tip. And check with the legal people in your area, all that stuff. Okay, great. Advertising laws differ by county and region, and so check with your attorney to make sure that things are advertising compliant. But these are the things that I would do up front to improve my offer. Now, this one is super common, and let me see if I include this in my examples. Yeah, well, before I do, okay. We have a relatively large brand, right? And you might think, oh, if I had Alex's brand, then I would be able to just say like, hey, just give me money. Doesn't really work that way. And so you might find this interesting. We run ads for our workshops, right, that we have here in Vegas. And we also run ads to the Scaling Roadmap, which is a lead magnet that I made. Now, here's what's really interesting. The direct to workshop ads have higher ROAS up front, which sounds kind of obvious. Oh, when people come say, yes, I would like to buy a workshop, and then we offer them a workshop, more of them buy it. Duh. But what's more interesting to me is that the Scaling Roadmap has higher ROAS overall. When you expand out the time horizon. And this is the part that people miss, and it scales better. So workshop is a very direct call to action. And if I made my whole business about saying, hey, come to a workshop, it would be tough because I'm only going to be offering the people who are the absolute warmest in my audience, right? And so you guys, hopefully you went through the Hooks and Hooks playbook and the Goated Ads playbook. And if you didn't, shame on you because you should. But we talked about this with this, the advertising stages of awareness, excuse me. If I'm just saying, hey, buy a workshop, I'm really only hitting these two segments of the market, which are not that big. But if I'm going scaling roadmap, I'm going to be able to get way more people up here than all of this put together, right? And so if I have higher ROAS here and I can reach more customers, it's by far better front end. Which is why it's so funny because I hear people be like, lead magnets don't work. It's just like, it's small businesses who say this, right? And small is relative. Maybe the person you listen to is making $5 million a year, whatever. But like, everything's relative here. And so it's not right or wrong. If you only are trying to make a smaller amount of money, you for sure will get higher ROAS if you just say, hey, go buy my stuff. Like, there's no question about that. But if you want to get into huge, higher realms, you have to soften the ask and make it more attractive for people to take action, and then create the conversion process around that. So, back to my lead magnet example. And I don't know why my effects aren't working, but that's okay. So I had these as individual little things, and for whatever reason, they're not heading the way I want them to. So, regardless, if you have a better dream outcome match, so right now it's like my lead magnet is just not, first off, many of you don't have these. You just straight up, especially you home services guys, you guys do this all the time, right? Like you're like, I'm just running Google ads to my website. I'm like, well, what's on your website? They're like, well, just my website. I'm like, and then you look on it, it says request quote. For the love of God, no one wants to request a quote. All right, so give them something in exchange for their contact information. And how do we make it even more enticing? Give them something they actually want. Give them a better dream outcome. Describe it in their own language of what they want, right? 11 frameworks we use to build wildly profitable gyms. Helpful. Now, there's 3 types of lead magnets. You can reveal a problem, you can do a trial of the solution, or you can do a one-step of multi-step. All right, this is a splinter offer. So reveal a problem, 7 mistakes homeowners make when fixing their HVACs. Very simple, right? Trial solution. Hey, so I actually had a really cool company come out for an L3 last week. Basically, they had figured out how to get any local business onto number 1, 2, or 3 in local maps. That was all they do. They just get people on 1, 2, or 3. When someone searches like, gym near me, 1, 2, or 3, local maps. That's what they're able to do. And so their whole lead magnet is, we'll just get you 1, 2, or 3 for free, and then we'll call you in 7 days and ask you if you still want it. It works great. They're crushing it. All right, like if you can give a trial of the solution, one of the most valuable ways to do it, super easy, you will get a ton of leads for it. Now the third is the one-step and multi-step. This is a splinter offer. All right, so I had a Cash Guys episode where I had a lady named Ashley who did fashion consulting. And so she had a request a quote type thing, like just book a call with me for an assessment. And it's okay. It's just like, I'd rather have some sort of incentive to do it, right? And so we came up with, she's gonna figure out my color palette. Right? Like what are the colors I should be wearing with my skin tone, with my personality, with my whatever, with my zodiac sign, who cares? All right? But the point is I'm going to get some sort of value from this exchange. So then I asked, okay, how quickly can you automate it? And she's like, yeah, I can automate it pretty quickly. It's like, great. So that's what we can do. And when you do a one-step and multi-step, everyone, like my pushback that I almost always get is, well, everything I do comes together. No, it doesn't. There are always pieces that you do in a process. Well, I'm not going to fix someone's door. It's like, well, you can fix part of it. You can put a coat of paint on. You can put a sealant on before you. There's always, you can just measure it. Like there's always some piece that you can pull out and say, I'll do this for free or for a significant discount. And so let's think about it like this. And now that Money Models is actually out, kind of exciting for me. It's been years. I can talk about this stuff. So let's say that you have an offer. All right, let's see if my drawing is going to be up to snuff here. Messed that one up. All right, there we go. Oh, I almost had it. I just messed it up. Okay, so we've got this offer that has A, B, C, D. You got 4 components to our offer, right? And let's say you currently sell this for $2,000. It's often more powerful for you to have just take this guy, move it over here, and have B over here, That's gone. And then give this away for 90% off. Or free. And then once someone has this, they then want to buy ACD. That's how that works. And so there's almost always a version of this that can get someone in the door. And this is also how you can make what I prefer to have, which is insane discounts. Not like I hate the idea of a 10 or 20% discount. There's no point, right? I want to have crazy discounts because I want a discount to be significant enough that it changes someone's behavior. And so a 90 or 80% discount, that will change people's behavior. And the reason I do that is I can just pull it off on something that costs me very little so that I can then create my upsell process into my main thing. This will help you get cheaper leads. So many of you right now, right off the bat, your offer sucks, which is why you can't get cheap leads for whatever business or market you're in. You don't promise anything around speed, you don't promise anything around ease, you don't do anything to reverse risk, and you don't have to do all three, to be clear. Just focus on one and hammer it, and do it really well. And preceding your offer, you just don't have anything, and you don't give people a good reason to engage in your ads and actually give you their contact information. So make something that's really compelling. My personal favorite way of giving lead magnets is to give something that other people charge for. The more real the lead magnet is, the more that it actually has true cost, the more likely it is that it will work. So that was the offers component, right, for ads. Now I'm not going to repeat that one for the other two because it's the same thing. But like right now, I'm bringing this up because so many of you guys, that is your problem. Your offer sucks, right? Your lead magnet sucks. So let's fix that. Now let's think about making more ads, which of course make better ads. So I'm so disappointed that I did my little check marks wrong. So annoyed. Anyways, the benchmark here, and I want to put this right out the bat, is that right now I don't believe in like how many ads should I make? It's one of the top questions I get from people who run ads. How many ads should I make for X dollars a month in spend? Right? Very common. You should make more ads than you currently are. I'll just leave that there. You should make more ads than you currently are. But if you insist on having some benchmarks, you can at least measure yourself. I would say 1 to 5 ads per $1,000 in monthly spend, roughly. All right? And that's if you're national. If you're local, you're going to do like 5 to 10 ads per $1,000 in monthly spend, roughly. Okay? So if you're spending $10,000 a month and you're local, you're probably going to want somewhere in the neighborhood of like 50 to 100 ads a month that you're going to be making. That's 25-ish ads a week. If you're national, you can typically get away with a little bit less because you don't fatigue your markets as quickly. Believe it or not, local can be tougher because you actually fatigue through the markets faster. Now, I want to exclude keywords for this. If you're like Google PPC type person, once you find your keywords, you more or less don't change it. Now, those are benchmarks that I'll begin with. The following stuff is the different types of ads. Now, this is directly from GoDaddy Ads, so I will bring these up because some of you haven't read it, even though you have it sitting on your desk. Please read it. But I'm going to walk through these quickly so that you can get ideas for how you can make better ads. So, number one is lifecycle ads. So, when I was trying to sell Gym Launch, I had to think of other ways that were not with my face to make ads. So, I don't include direct to camera in this because that's obvious. Let's think about all the other ways you can make ads. All right, so lifecycle ad is you have multiple touch points with a customer, right? So let's say you have a Zoom call. Oh God, is that what a Zoom call looks like? All right, I'm just gonna put a Z here. These are all Zoom calls. Great. All right, so you have these Zoom calls. So let's say you have sales call. You know, you've got sales 1, you've got sales 2, you've got your onboarding call. Let's say you've got, a check-in. Hold on, check-in. 1 through 3, all right? So guess what you already have? And most of these are probably recorded already. So this is what you do. You wait until somebody gives you a W and says, I'm awesome, I won. And then you pull up their client profile with all the recordings, and then you find each of their calls, and then you clip together a montage of them going through the sales process to getting onboarded, to getting the result, with different outfit and you put a little timestamp on it. Murders. And the cool thing is you already do this stuff in your business today. You already do this stuff. There's no extra work. You already create this content. You're just not using it to advertise. The next is in-person events. I think that as the world becomes increasingly AI-y, there will be a polar opposite demand for IRL. So people want to do more in-person experiences. So to the degree you have possible. So I don't care what business you're in, there is a way that you can do a client appreciation event, or it can be included in the services you have. People want to be together, especially people that are local, especially people that are national, that have similar interests. It's common to want to be with other people like you. And what's crazy is that at in-person events, you can stage so many different testimonial collecting moments and show social proof in the best way possible, socially. That those become like, I used to think to myself, I ran these events I didn't sell anything at our delivery events. All we did was collect ads for them. So we would literally just use them once a quarter so we could just get the next 12 weeks of ads. That was it. They were just marketing events. So if you're not doing that now, you're missing out. The next is communication, communities, and review site scrapes. Okay, so how does this work? So this is more of a process that you can install inside of your business. And again, why are we doing this? You're probably not making enough ads. So then how can I make it easier for you to make ads? Well, how do we make ads out of the stuff that we already do? You're already doing a life cycle with your customers. Great, let's document it. If you aren't doing some sort of in-person event or appreciation, you should, because it's the easiest way. Everyone's excited. They'll happily, record stuff for you. The next is if you have like a school community, or you have your reviews. So this is like, I'll give you a simple one for me. It's like, if I have a book that has 30,000 reviews on it, I can just take screenshots of all the reviews and all of those are ads, right? And I don't know which one's gonna work, but I'll bet you there's some that are pretty good, right? And so review sites, if you have Trustpilot, Yelp, Google, Facebook, any of these sites, take your reviews individually and see, sometimes you have pictures that go with them, sometimes you have videos that go with those. Those make great ads. You've probably seen, there was a great campaign by Liquid Death where they just took their 1-star reviews and basically like, we're not for everybody, right? So you can take a counter approach, right? But all of these things, again, I'm trying to look at what are the things that I can give you that can immediately make you more ads without you having to do anything. So that's the fourth. The fifth is a testimonial competition. Strongly recommend doing this. You have to disclose it in the ads, of course, that you collected this from a competition or has some sort of incentive. It probably won't affect the results either way, but just FYI if you're in the US for FTC. Beyond that though, testimonial competition. So give away a grand prize like you normally would of something super valuable and just tell people, your entire email list or customer base, that they can all compete, and the way that they can enter is by submitting an ad. And then you give them a script of what the ad should be like, an example of what like your best ad, give your best ad as an example, have them make it, and you're gonna get a bunch of trash. But you're also gonna get a handful of diamonds, and you can do that like once every 2 quarters. But you'll get a huge deluge of ads that come in that you can use. Now, next is, and by the way, how do you say who's the winner? You actually run them as ads and you tell them the person who gets the best results is the winner. So instead of you trying to like guess which ad's gonna perform, just let the algorithm do that and tell them that that's how you're judging it, because then they'll make better ads. Next one is delivery or outcome moment. So if you ever have any kind of visual delivery of like a physical product or some sort of experience or some sort of transformation that someone goes through as becoming a customer of yours, like this is what unboxings look like. These are all amazing things that you can capture as moments as long as you just put a process around it, right? And so the way that I would do this is that, so I have bonuses, milestones, awards, right? What I have for that is, if someone wants to win some sort of recognition, they have to give me a testimonial in order to get the recognition, right? Or if we know that we're gonna meet with them, let's say that on check-in number 1, we can just have a testimonial about this milestone. So I say, hey, did you make your first high ticket sale? Yes. Ah, how's it feel? Oh, did you recruit your first customer? Yes. Oh, did you get your first job offer? Yes. Hey, here's me delivering this custom made vault to your house. Isn't this amazing? Yeah, like you just wanna capture the moments. And so most of you guys have moments in the business that are valuable. And we just need to make sure that you put a process around capturing them. Because the whole point of this whole section here is, how do I get you guys more content for advertisements that are impressive and compelling, which you're already doing, you're just not telling anyone. Now, this next one is probably one of my most used personally. For those of you who are in the organic game, like very high leverage, but organic plus CTA, all right? So this is how this works. So let's say that this is my Instagram feed, all right? So I've got, whatever, 12 tiles of Instagram posts, right? Let's say that this is my 1 of 12 post, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this guy out and I'm gonna run, let's say that the video looks like this, right? So it's kind of like in an editor, all right? Then I'm gonna put my CTA here and I'm gonna run this whole thing as an ad. So we have your generic content that we know performed. We add in our call to action related to either our lead magnet or our offer. So the point here is that you don't need to make every one of your pieces of content be some sort of advertisement, because that would suck, right? Just make it valuable, make it good, have a good strong hook on it. And the ones that outperform organically, like if Meta or YouTube will give you free impressions, they will happily give you paid impressions, because it means that people already enjoy this thing enough that they stays on their platform. So they will display your ads more because it's not like a detractor, right? If you think about like a jab, 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 right hook, that whole concept for a platform, ads are disruptive to the platform. So they will show your ads, if the ads are good and organic, to more people for less money. So this is a mega, mega hack for those of you who make a lot of content. And I think what ends up happening, this is my opinion, is that over time, your paid and your content side just start to merge closer and closer together until it really just becomes media, right? Where you're making a ton and ton of content and the outperformance here gets stapled with CTAs and lead magnets and offers and get run and blasted over here, which means that you're literally building your brand because you know the content was good and you're getting more of the right type of people, but then you're also generating a return on it. This is how this evolves, right? Now, the last one is UGC if possible. So I'll give you 2 examples of this. So some of you guys might be able to get customers to work for free and you put them together who are hardcore believers in whatever it is that you sell. And you put a group together and then they get some sort of quid pro quo or some sort of exchange where they make these testimonial videos on a weekly basis. And you have this kind of army of people who are making content for you that you can then basically create ads out of. Like for school right now, this is one of the things that we do. Right? A lot of the ads that you see is like we have this big school community, surprise, surprise, of people who love school and just like want to make ads for school. We actually don't, I'll just leave it there, right? Like it works very, very well. This is what TikTok Shop has done very well for anybody who's in consumer products. And so it's like, how can we have a TikTok Shopify kind of effect that we can build within our business? And you do that by bringing the zealots in, the people who love your product the most or love your services the most, to then help you make the content to get more people in. And then I'll do this as a small side note. For those of you who are bigger businesses, right, or realize that you need to have, like, this is especially true for physical products. If you're in a super commoditized space, one of the big differentiators is obviously brand. And so if you can get some influencers who you can run ads from and you can whitelist it, as in like you run from their account, but they sell to your thing, worth its weight in gold. So obviously you can have your kind of like micro influencer kind of army, or you can go like, how can I get 2 to 5 really strong mega or, you know, in between mega and just big influencers that I can run my ads from. So that's how I think about getting more ads. If ads is how you're getting your customers, those are all the ways that I incorporate more ads into the business. So now it's like, okay, we made more ads, but how do we make better ads? So hooks are still 80% of the battle. Like, it's hard for me to emphasize this too much, but they're everything. And I'll give you an example for this. So two companies that we have in portfolio for many years spent millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in ads. And there's basically like 3 or 4 hooks that worked for that whole period of time. And so I bring this up because like we have this assumption that we need to like create new hooks And if anything, the hook is like the hardest part to figure out for the right avatar. And then the rest of it is what you end up swapping out over and over again over the years, right? But like a good hook can last for a very, very long time, especially as you're going to new and newer markets, right? They haven't heard this before, and especially from you. And so we like to kaleidoscope out the process, which is fundamentally like, how many different permutations of this ad can we make, right? Can we change the color? Can we change the font? Can we change the actor? Can we change the clothing? Can we change the background, right? Can we change the speed? Can we get to 1.2? Can we get to 0.9? Like, all of these things are permutations that you can make of winning ads, and that's taking the same ad and just basically cloning it, right? And this is what, this one thing is will get you 5x, 10x more out of your existing ad set. Like when I realized that, it changed my advertising. So many people might think it's like, oh, they've made, they have all these ads that are running. It's like, yes, of course we do. But we find our winners and then we just try to make 100 different versions of that one winner. So there's an ad that I think I have in one of the playbooks, like that's Kale and Maggie in front of their gym. I probably made $10 million from that ad. But it wasn't that one ad. I made 100 versions of that ad. We even remixed the ad and it still worked, right? Like when you have those raw pieces that are there, you want to squeeze the living hell out of it. Now, if you're like, okay, this sounds great. How do I find these great ads? Well, I put 4 sets of tools there. So oneof10.com is very good for packaging and hooks, super cheap. I'm sure they'll be very grateful that we sent them, a zillion customers. That's not an affiliate link. Facebook Ads Library, TikTok Creative Center, SimilarWeb, SEMrush, Ahrefs, all of those are good places that you can look for ad inspiration. I'll say that TikTok Creative Center and Facebook Ads Library are the 2 free ones. So you can just go check those out for free. But this is what I do in my free time. I also save ads. Any ads that I find interesting, I save. And when I get into ad creating mode, I pull up my swipe file of all the ads that I've seen recently across any industry that I thought was interesting for whatever reason. And then when I get in kind of like my creative flow, I then go pull those up. But my process for making ads is I rewatch my top winners. I actually do this. I rewatch my top winners, and then I look at my new inspirations for the week, and then I make more ads. Now, some of you guys, and I touched on this earlier, but some of you guys are getting stuck with your ads because you're like, I can't let me ask this question. Who here would spend more on your ads, but you can't because you're just not making enough? Basically, it gets too expensive. You're like, it works here, and then we double our spend, and all that happens is we double how much it costs us to get leads. Can I get some? Okay. I need you to pay super close attention to this. Pay attention to this. This is for you. So the 5 stages of awareness here, all right? This is what Eugene Schwartz defined in his seminal book, Breakthrough Advertising. Those are the five levels. You got most aware, product aware, solution aware, problem aware, unaware, okay? So many of you, most of you, when you feel like you hit a ceiling, it's not that you hit a ceiling, you actually did saturate your little market. It's just that there's a lot more people, but not with your existing messaging. All right, so what are these 5 stages? So the most aware, right? These are the customers who already know your product and only need to know whatever your deal or offer is. So when you do lead with an offer, go buy my thing, you will make money. It's just going to be the highest return on the smallest number of people. Then you're going to move up to product aware people. The customer knows what you sell, but isn't sure if it's right for them yet. Then you got solution aware people. The customers know the result they want, but they don't know that your product can provide it. They know they need more leads, but they don't know if SEO is the way, or posting more organic content, or running paid ads, or doing outreach. They just know they need more leads. Problem aware, customer senses they have a problem, but they don't know there is a solution to it. And then you've got somebody who's completely unaware. Customer doesn't know they have a problem or a need. All right? And so if you think about this, it's kind of like a reverse watermelon. You'll have your most concentrated sales per eyeballs, but down here. Now, of course, the money model needs to evolve so that as you go to these colder and colder audiences, you can still make money because it'll cost you more to acquire customers as you go into each of these, kind of break into these new segments of the audience, right? And so I want to give you these examples here because I think they're super valuable. But most aware, for many of you guys, your hooks are typically offer driven, right? 50% off our best, selling XYZ thing for the rest of the month. And so the explanation is the hook targets customers who already know the business and its products or services, right? It focuses on a specific avatar with a clear incentive. And the goal is to get people who are on the fence to take action. That's the point, right? But that only works for this many people. And so please hear me when I'm saying this. If you keep hitting this wall, right, for your ads, it's because you're only targeting your most aware or sometimes product aware people. You're not getting into solution aware. You're not getting into problem aware. Now, instead of me reading these, I'll break down like most aware is that you have ads that are offer driven. Product aware, typically you can have proof and that'll do it. Solution aware, they'll typically be led with promise. Problem aware will be more pain. And completely unaware is going to be driven off curiosity. All right, so I'll give you a kind of example. So like first one, 50% off for the rest of the month, that's a deal, that's an offer. Proof driven, discover why 10,000 people chose XYZ to solve the problem last month. Solution aware, promise driven, right? The fastest way to achieve, fastest way to build a business online, school, right? Hey, are you tired of trying to like figure out a way to make your first dollar online, right? There's a better way than XYZ. So if you ever see like, you're trying to hear like crypto and trading and all these things, it's like, oh, okay, so these are maybe some things, there's a different way, there's a better way, right? And then you have curiosity driven, right? The hidden danger in your daily routine that's costing you. Curiosity. So this would be an example for a B2C product. So X-Fast new formula, 25% more protein, same great taste. Product aware. Why not 9 out of 10 X-Fast users reach their goal weight within 3 months? Solution aware. Lose 15 pounds in 30 days with our proven replacement system. Problem aware. Frustrated with crash diets that don't last. There's a sustainable way to shed pounds. Completely unaware. The hidden hormonal imbalance that's making 1 in 3 Americans gain weight. So if you've seen those kind of crazy ads on Taboola or on the side panels that say that, it's because they're going for an ocean of traffic. They're going for the absolute most aware people, but that ad, if they can get the money to work, will scale for a very long time. Because there's so many more people up here than down here. And so you keep hitting these walls because all of your hooks are targeted for a very specific avatar or somebody's in a very specific part of the buying cycle. And so if you change your hooks, you'll change the targeting. You'll change who gets pulled in. And so these are a bunch of B2B examples, but it works the same way, right? So most aware, social media management, 20 cent, first month free, whatever. And then completely unaware, unexpected way your business is losing thousands each month, right? Because you don't have ads. So with that being said, how do we make better creative? I have this very simple process, which I outlined on this picture here, but this is how I actually do it, right? Like I write out 50 plus hooks and we do 3 to 5 meets. I literally did this last week for new workshop ads that went out yesterday, right? Like this is how we actually do it. And I think people somehow think that there's some magic bullet to this, but I've just been following this process for like 7 years, 8 years, I don't even know, many years. When I had my gyms, I just did them all together. But once I got into Gym Launch, learned how to advertise a little better, it's just like separate the hooks from the meat and the CTAs. What we have found is that it doesn't affect. So I used to think, oh, I want to do it in one take. It'll like be better. Zero effect whatsoever on the output, which means that you can absolutely assemble the ads rather than trying to write them. It just makes your life 100 times easier. Just think of great hooks. Think of your 3 to 5 really amazingly valuable things or belief-breaking concepts, and then just make a call to action. That's it. But what's cool here is that you can get, just from this little combination, 150 to 750 ads a week. So for those who are like, man, how am I gonna hit that kind of volume? It's like, volume should never be your concern. Volume should not be your concern. It should not be your worry. If anything, the issue here is like, you'll test all these different messaging angles, and then you wanna have different visual hooks, different background effects, different actors, all of those things. Like, once you have the messaging right, messaging rarely needs to get changed. And this is something that I didn't understand. It's like, what's our new angle? It's like, you don't need a new angle. The angle you have works. Just like change the spokesperson, change the background, change the color, change the pacing, change the fonts, like change everything else. Once you have the messaging that works, it's about changing everything else. So those are just like some of the quick and dirty ways that I think through making better creative. Now, the next is gonna be targeting. So it's about getting the right eyes to see it. So I had a chat Jibita make this little ad for us here, like 50% off bathing suits, and it's like the middle of winter. Well, it doesn't matter how good the ad is or how good the offer is. If you're in the middle of winter, that ad's not going to convert. If you're making ads, you're in Iowa and your ads get served in Florida, you're not going to do very well, right? You can have the best of everything. And so one of the common sayings in the marketing world is that the list matters more than anything, even more than your offer. Like, I'll put this as an extreme. If I had just the absolute highest buyers, right? And I said, hey, here's an offer, like it's super expensive and very exclusive and 5 of you can do it. You don't really need to do a lot of selling because you already have such a good list. That's the hard part, is getting that list together. On the flip side, if I had that exact same thing and went to a zillion people and they didn't know who I was or it wasn't relevant to them, it's not going to work. So targeting is important. So this is my kind of troubleshooting process for creating better targeting. So the first level of this is like, are the right types of people opting in? And so one of the things that I do, especially if you're like just getting into ads or getting into a new targeting option, is that I do deep dives on the opt-ins. So what that means is like, I'll look at the opt-ins, I'll look up their Google account, I'll look up other accounts that are associated with it, look at who they are, and be like, are these the types of people that I want, right? Am I looking for chiropractors? Great. Are they chiropractors? Okay, great. If they're not, then are they physical therapists? Or am I getting close? Are they doctors, right? If no, I need to change the targeting. If sort of, then the process I'm going to outline can help fix it, right? And if yes, then you need to improve the other stuff to improve the funnel, but not your targeting. So once you have the targeting right, it's like, great, don't mess with that. Like the targeting is good. Now we just need to make the money model work. We need to improve the friction in the funnel. We need to make the opt-in better, make the offer better, make the headline clear, all that kind of stuff, all right? Now, I will give you a little example that I do at our workshops here, but I think people will get a lot of value from it, so I will do it for you guys here as soon as I have a sip of agua. Okay, so let's see here. John Archibald Smith. I want to ask you a question here. If I said for $100,000, I will double your business by getting you a whole separate channel of advertising, paid ads to work, would you say yes? So whatever you're doing, 100,000, and we double your advertising. Okay, great. Now, this is what happens in reality most times. So we say yes, of course, I would take $100,000 to double the business. Fine. But let's say month one, I spend $10,000 and then nothing happens. But we spent $10,000 and we just figure out that we got some clicks that went to the page, and those clicks, some people opted in, but they weren't necessarily the right people. But we ran some ads. So month two, we dropped 10 grand, and this time we clarify the headline, clarify the offer, we get the opt-ins, and we're like, okay, they're all chiropractors, we think, but they're not scheduling. So then month three, we spend $10,000 again. We already have the opt-ins and we have the headlines and all that stuff. And then this time we clarify the reason to schedule a call. We tie it to the benefit of the lead magnet. We make sure the process auto fills out their name and phone number and email. So it's a one-click schedule right there. And then we're like, awesome. So now we're getting bookings. But now no one's showing up. So we're like, shit. So afterwards we spent $10,000 3 times. No, we haven't made money yet. All right. So we drop $10,000. We run water through the funnel again. This time we say, all right, well, let's add more friction in. And so before they can book the call, they got to watch a video and they got to say that they're the right type of person and that they're excited to do this thing. Then we put a 60-second delay to make sure they start watching the video. Then they can schedule the call. Then all of a sudden we're getting calls booked and they're starting to show, right? Now, the way that this will typically happen is that most business owners can logically say, oh, if I spend $100,000 this year, and it doubled, I got a second revenue line that decreased my risk because now I have 2 different ways of getting customers, and I made twice as much revenue with less incremental costs, which would mean probably more than a double in profit. That would be an amazing move for the business. It'd be a banner year for the business. Great. But in reality is they spend $10,000 or $20,000 or $30,000 and they say, I spent $30,000 and I didn't get anything. It's like, well, duh. Because the thing is that you will make no money until you finally get the first dollar across the bridge. And so what'll happen is you'll spend 10, make nothing, spend 10, make nothing, spend 10, make nothing. spend 10, make 2, and then on that 5th month, you'll spend 10, and then you'll have the leads will come in, they'll opt in, they'll watch the video, they'll schedule, and the sales team will be prepped, and you make 50. And just like that, you'll have gotten back everything that you lost. But it'll take time. And I bring this up because what I would encourage you to think about is that marketing always works. It's just a matter of efficiency. Advertising always works. It's just about how efficient you are. That's it. And so instead of saying like, those don't work for me, just say like, I don't know how to make them efficient enough for my business. And then it becomes something you can control. So we tweak each of these aspects of the funnel until we finally get the throughput we want. But what I would implore you to do is just focus on making progress. Just focus on improving the one constraint that's in front of you instead of saying, meta ads don't work. You have to think, did we get clicks? Yes, we got clicks. Okay. Are they opting in? No. Go back to the ad, clarify the ask, make sure the targeting is right. Are we getting opt-ins? Yes. What do we need next? We need them to book. Great, they're not booking. Go back, let's go through the click journey again. Right? Like just focus on the one thing that's in front of you and just solve them one at a time. Rather than just think like this doesn't work. Like I've built a lot of acquisition channels across a lot of different types of platform and industries and mediums. Like it stops being this mythology. Like you just have to make it clear and obvious that this is what they need to do. That's it. Now, let's say that you're going to get into a new channel. This is kind of my targeting cheat sheet. So if you have no way of targeting, the easiest way to start is just interest groups, demographics, and geographies, right? What areas of the country or what areas of the world? What things are these types of people interested in? Are they a certain age? Whatever, right? We start there. Once we get a certain amount of opt-ins, right? Then we'll do a lookalike off of the opt-ins, 1, 2, and 3%. Once we get a certain amount of calls, then that's better than an opt-in, then we'd have 1, 2, 3% lookalikes. And again, if I'm saying opt-ins and calls and you have a different sales motion, it could be opt-ins and webinar registrations. Like all this flows the same way. It's more just thinking about step 1, step 2, step 3 in the funnel process. That's all this is. Step 4 is lookalike off of sales, and then you would have a lookalike off the highest value customers. And once you have that pixel, and the reason that it's so difficult to get there is that you need 1,000 fires. And so getting 1,000 opt-ins is easier than getting 1,000 calls, which is easier than getting 1,000 sales, which is easier than getting 1,000 upsells. But once you have 1,000 upsells, that's a very high quality customer base. And then what happens is that over time, that data, that pixel, actually becomes almost like a competitive advantage for you as a business. And so then you can start opening up your targeting overall with the pixel that's already pre-trained on your best customer. Kind of neat. And so just keep making progress, and over time, that pixel will become a competitive advantage. And so here's a few rules of thumb that I have. I just walked through kind of like building out this hypothetical funnel with you. I almost always make more money increasing friction and increasing cost per action. All right? So I care far more about ROAS than cost per lead. And so I'll give you a common example here. So let's say that you've got a $100 CPL and a $500 lifetime gross profit, right? 5 to 1, not bad. Or would you rather have a $500 CPL, cost per lead, to get a $5,000 lifetime gross profit? 10 to 1. Well, almost everybody here would say, well, I'd rather get 10 to 1 than 5 to 1. But you might not act that way. Because if I actually 5x your lead cost, you might be like, whoa, slow down, bro. Like, why are you just 5x my lead cost? This is crazy. This is huge. But you have to change how you think in terms of orders of magnitude. Because if you're like if you're trying to get these $100 leads to turn into $1 million customers, it is a waste of time. But what's interesting is that the air up market is almost always thinner. It's less populated because so few people think this way. It's a less constrained way of thinking. People always think about, how do I sell to whoever's in front of me? Rather than being able to say, no, I'm not going to sell to you. I'm going to be willing to spend 5 times more to get a customer because I know that this customer is worth 10 times more to my business. That's what people don't have the discipline to do because they can't say no to money. I think I have a good example for this coming up in a section too, which is kind of neat. I think you'll like. Now, once we have better targeting, so at this point, it's like we fixed our offer, we fixed our lead magnet, we installed these systems to get more ads into the business. We have better creative using more hooks that can get into new segments of the marketplace. We have better targeting that we walk through that process for. Now we can go get cheaper clicks, okay? So I said cheaper clicks and then I corrected here to higher return because I think, again, I want to break this belief for as many of you as possible. Like, it is technically correct that you could have a cheaper ad platform. But it's rarely the answer. It's more typically like we just want the platforms we get the most back from, all right? And so this is when you need to expand channels once you're already crushing it, not when you can't make something work. So I want to make this point because I want to emphasize it. Some people are like, hey, I can't make my channel work, so I'm going to start on another channel. That is very rarely the correct answer. You almost always like make the thing that you're doing work well, or rather make it work so well that you can then say, okay, now I'm going to take this and then I only expand to new channels once I have a channel that works. So go make the channel you're currently on, keep tweaking until it works, and then you can scale it across other channels. And I'll say this because fundamentally, as much as like, yeah, business professionals be on LinkedIn and you know, like TikTok is for, you know, more consumer stuff. It's like, sure, those are trends and those are true, but fundamentally, most people are on most platforms. So fun one on here. Can you in the chat just like IG, TT, you know, YT for YouTube, X, AMZ, if it's, well, I didn't even say what I was gonna, I was gonna say, where did you find me first? Or either where'd you find me first, or where do you consume most of my stuff? Okay, so a lot of YouTube, a lot of Instagram. A lot of YouTube, a lot of Instagram. Yeah, I'm looking. Some pod? Ah, pod. Okay, good to know. Some pod. Yeah, and so you can see that like people are all over the place. People are all over the place. And so sure, you're going to get access to new crowds, but fundamentally, like there's enough customers on almost every platform. That's my point. And so I'll give you a little bit of a little bit more advanced thing here. But to further reinforce the point that I made about bidding for the right objectives, right? So it's common to have a campaign that's like a cost per lead campaign versus a ROAS campaign, or return on ad spend. Now, this is typically only available to people who do some sort of transactions, but if there's a way you can do a transaction, highly encourage it. Now, the reason for this is I want to give you a real world example. So for our book launch, CPL campaigns drove leads at like about a third of the cost. All right, so a third of the cost of leads. So for every dollar, we get 3 times the leads if we did a CPL campaign versus a ROAS campaign. Okay, but look at this data. This is nuts. So campaigns that drove leads got around $5 leads, roughly. And the ROAS from those leads-driven campaigns was 4x, meaning those $5 leads were worth $20. Here's where it gets kind of nutty. The lead cost on our ROAS-driven campaigns was closer to $17. So almost more than 3 times the price. But our ROAS on those campaigns was 11. So that means that those $17 leads were worth $187, whereas the $5 leads were worth $20. It's a more than 9x relative difference. The reason I want to show this to you is because when I made the point earlier about a $100 lead versus a $500 lead being worth, in that example, I said twice as much, but this is real math simply based on targeting. And so I'm bringing this up for you because there are segments of the marketplace that absolutely can afford what you want and that you can deliver a superior service to because they're the right customer. They just probably cost more on some of these initial actions, but they're still worth so much more. And so instead of saying like, I've got these couple customers that I love and most of my customers suck, try and build the business not to be the middle point of what these, you know, brokies can barely afford. And what the rich people wildly are like undervaluing because they're like, God, this guy's so cheap, right? They would happily pay you 5 times more because they're the right customer. And so the thing is that you have to adjust. This is why it's so difficult for me to separate like leads from sales from pricing because a lot of this stuff does work together. But Like, you have to get the right avatar, and then you have to price accordingly. And so a lot of you guys get stuck in this no man's land where it's like you're pricing like you're selling to brokies, but you want to sell to richies, but richies don't believe you because you're priced like you're selling to a brokey. So don't do that. It has to be congruent all the way across, which means you have to be willing to say no. So this is just quick and dirty. If I had to pick platforms that I'd be focused on, if you are selling purely to consumers, I'd be mastering Meta, YouTube, and TikTok. Those are kind of my 80-20. If you're B2B, then it'd be Meta, YouTube, and then LinkedIn and X. Those would be my, like if I had to be one or the other, like if I had to just pick three, it's what I do. Obviously, I'd prefer you just do all of them. That's what I do. But like if you have like more constrained resources, I would think about it like that. Now, actually, I think I saved this for later. Okay, so the last in our little ad section for those of you guys who are running ads. Okay, building brand through content. Instead of talking about that, because if you want your ads to actually perform, having a big brand will make all of your ads do better. And so, but me saying, hey, build a brand, is you're probably not going to do it through paid ads. You're going to do it through other means, which is going to be organic, which then kind of opens us up for organic. So that kind of concludes our mini section on ads in terms of, for those of you who are like, okay, I'm not getting the leads at the price that I want. I probably could do a better review here, but fundamentally, number one, if you're not getting as many as you want from ads, look at your lead magnet and your offer first and be the highest leverage thing that you can do. Number one. Number two, you're going to leverage as much as you possibly can within your existing business to create more ads. You're going to have testimonial campaigns. You're going to have unboxing videos. You're going to scrape the review sites. You're going to have in-person events. You're going to have life cycle ads. All of these things are things that your business is already doing that you just need to harness and document and put publicly. Then from a better creative perspective, it's like, can we change the hooks to match the customer segments? Can we do broader hooks so we can break into these new markets? From there, we can think about targeting itself. Is there a way that we can first start with interest and demographics and then eventually, work our way up the lookalike ladder until eventually we're at the right types of customers? But this is so important because most people then think, oh, I think I need cheaper ad platforms, when really you want to be bidding for the highest return prospects on the highest return platforms, which means that maybe you should be willing to pay 3 times more for the lead if it's worth 10 times as much. And so looking at your actual customer base and saying, who are these people? Where do these people live? What do these people want lead magnet offer, right? What kind of creative do these people respond to? What's the background? Who's the spokesperson? These are the things that are kind of more strategic in nature that will ultimately unlock the effectiveness of the ads. Now, of course, all of these things can be proven if you have a banger brand, which, like if Taylor Swift gets in an ad, it doesn't matter what she's promoting, it'll probably do really well because she has a great brand. She could have a terrible offer. She could have only one ad. She could have dog shit creative. She could have probably, well, for her, targeting doesn't matter because most people know who she is, right? And she can be on whatever platform she wants. And so everything, the first 5 things are things that matter if you don't have a brand. If you have a brand, it makes all of these things just way more powerful, which then brings us to organic overall. All right, and so we already talked about the better offer / lead magnet, so I'm not gonna hit that, but it obviously applies here. So if you are, who here is Instagram? Who here does organic as your primary way of getting leads? Can you drop in the chat? Helps me out. Yeah, Instagram. Actually, tell me if you do Instagram versus YouTube. That's helpful too. I'll cater the examples. What do you got? Okay, a lot of Instagram, a lot of YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, LinkedIn, SEO. Okay, cool. Good mix. A little SEO, a little OnlyFans. Cool. I got you, Brady. I see you, bro. Okay, let's move on to making more content then. So here's the big myth, all right? The big myth is that you can max out platforms. So who here, you probably already heard this, but like, you can't make more than 2 pieces a day on Instagram, right? You can't make more than, 1 YouTube video a week. Mr. Beast makes a YouTube video once a week, so therefore that's the best thing. The answer is no. And it's kind of like the original thing with like, I think I've saturated my market. There are so many eyeballs on these platforms. There's no way that you've saturated the eyeballs of the platform. Like, it's such a like a we're at the center of the universe perspective, which is how humans are. And so it's normal to have this incredibly self-centered bias that like you are so important that everyone is seeing your thing. It's like the reality that 1% of your audience who follows you actually even sees your post is probably like crazy to you. And so if you post 3 times, maybe 1%, 3 different 1%s actually see your stuff. You're still so far below the amount of people who are actually going to quote get tired from your stuff. And the thing is these algorithms are very, very good. And so here's what they'll do. They just won't show your second post to the same people. They'll show it to other people. And if they don't show it to those people in your audience, they'll show it to new people. And so there's a Bollywood account right now on Instagram that gets 1 billion views a month and is posting 100 clips per day. There is no limit. Mosseri, who's the head of Instagram, answers questions like this. There's no limit. It's just, the reality is you only max out the number of good posts you can make. Like you might just not be able to, you physically or given the resources you have or the skills you have, might not be able to make 10 great posts on Instagram a day. That might not be in the cards for you. But you might be able to only make 2 good posts a day, which is why you then believe the mythology that you can't post more than 2 times. And so once you draw that line in the sand, you say, oh, that's it, there's no way. But that's just not true. I promise you it's not true. And this applies for YouTube, it applies for TikTok, it applies for everything. And what's interesting is that people have like a main platform and then sometimes the platform they like quote don't care about, they'll put a ton of volume on. And they're like, oh yeah, that's like my test platform. They're all your test platform. They all work like this. They want you to put as much content as humanly possible because they have the eyeballs. So, again, this is a bit of a belief breaker here. But for YouTube, I post 3 shorts a day. And I do 1 to 2 longs a week. That's just on YouTube. Okay, just YouTube. Layla posts 3 shorts a day and 1 to 2 longs a week. Just YouTube. Dave Ramsey, he has 9 channels. Just on his 2 main channels, does 4 shorts a day and 3 longs per day. 3 longs per day. Do you want to know why Dave Ramsey is bigger than you? Because he does more than you. He's been doing it longer. PBD, some guys might have heard, Patrick McDavid. He's got a political thing. 4 shorts a day, 9 longs a day. 1 channel, 9 longs a day. 9. And you're like, man, it's not fair that these guys have bigger brands than me. They do more than you. And so I actually asked my team, I said, what's our current content cadence? So this is our actual content cadence, like right now, today. So YouTube blogs, well, it's like you can tell it's from us. Like we'll be getting back to 1 time a week shortly, then 2 times a week once Cash Cow's filming resumes. Instagram is 3 times a day. YouTube Shorts is 3 times a day. TikTok is 4 times a day. LinkedIn is once a day. Facebook is 3 times a day. Threads is 2 times a day. YouTube community posts is 1 time a day. And then X, I post on my own. I post whatever, however many times I feel like. All right, that's just me. And then Layla on top of that, she's got 1 a week plus bonus uploads, 2 times a day on Instagram, except for collabs days where she collabs with me, which is then she does 3. YouTube Shorts at twice a day, TikTok at twice a day. Why is Alex's channel bigger than Layla's? I have more volume than she does. Is this driving a point home? Like, we do a lot. And we do it for a long time. And we look at what we did and we ask, how can we get better? And I'll say that this is me shooting from the hip here, but I would say that most of I'd say taste on platforms changes every I want to say 6 months or so, especially for the shorts, less so for the longs. But short form platforms like TikTok, Instagram, especially those 2, it's like things move in and out of vogue about every 6 months. And so if you have a format that's crushing it, it's like you ride it for how long you can and then you have to just change the format up. It's not like the message change, it's just the packaging. But that packaging is what makes it feel native to the platform and then ultimately perform better. And so you have to just be in touch with that. And this is skill. You'll start recognizing it. And you'll be like, oh, we should do something like that in our industry. And then do it. So, more content, which of course makes better content, is the first thing you could this is for all my people who do organic. The first consideration is that you should just make more content. Make more content. Orders of magnitude more content. You're like, I post once a day on Instagram. That's how I make content. It's like, no shit. I make I make like 100 times more content than you. Literally 100 times. That's why I have more. And you know what? I probably have lower returns than you do per piece of content. But I still have higher returns overall. And I'm not a optimizer. Optimizers try to get the most for the least. I'm a maximizer. I just want the most. Maximizers win, by the way. So the next one is better CTA. So if you have organic, the first thing we fix is, can we fix the lead magnet or offer, which I already covered. All right, but it's the first thing I'd fix if I'm looking at somebody who's got like, I need more leads. The second thing is I'd say, can we make more content for our platform, which hopefully you can. On top of that, we say, okay, then can we give more ways and more reasons for people to take action and make it more convenient? All right, so I'm gonna go by platform here. These are just some of the best findings that we've had in terms of actually getting more people to take action. All right, so YouTube, there's 5 different places that you should have CTAs. 5. If you are on YouTube, I saw a bunch of you guys said you were on YouTube. So Emilio, who asked, why don't you do 100 pieces of content today? Because I need to work harder, Emilio. That is why. That's why. I need to work harder, and I'm not. And if I were better, I would have 100 pieces a day. I'm not. Because I also 100 pieces of content would be probably like 5 hours a day, right? Of actual recording. So then I run into like the other obligations that I have. But the goal, good question, is to make as much as you can. So here are the 5 CTAs, CTA points for those of you who are on YouTube. So number 1, making sure that you actually have your bio with your link that's visible. Huzzah. The second, and this is the beast. This is the one, this is the highest ROI one you have, probably second highest ROI spot for CTAs. So this is a screenshot from below the video. So there would be a video above this. I cut out the video, but this is like, if you were watching YouTube on your phone or you're watching it on your laptop, you would say, if you're watching this, we did a $100 million book launch. This is my last video. And you say download your free scaling roadmap here. And then the easiest business you can start here. And so both of those basically just lead you to you're a business owner or you want to start a business, right? So it's either school or it's roadmap. So the reason this is important though, is that you want to make sure it's above the fold so that the links and the CTAs are there. And one of the cool things about YouTube, which a lot of people don't know this by the way, is that you can gross change all YouTube descriptions across all videos at once. If you don't know how to do it, Google it. All right. But the reason this is so valuable for me is that basically I see every piece of content I've ever made on YouTube as a floating ad. It's like my channel collectively gets 30 million impressions a month or whatever it is, or 30 million views a month. And my whole goal is to say, where do I want these 30 million views to go? And so I put in this regular work every single month for those 30 million views to occur. And then my description points those 30 million views to whatever I want to point them to because I can change them all at once. So it was all book launch stuff, and now the book launch is over, it's this stuff. Is this cool? I think this is pretty cool. Please do this. And the way that I actually structured that day, the way I structured the content is that I have my CTA above the fold, and then below the fold, and you guys can check it out on my YouTube, I have my #1 performing text-based content. So my #1 LinkedIn post and meta post of all time is my life story, ironically, so it works out for me. But it doesn't really matter. You just want your best performing value post of all time. I think this is intelligent at least. This is why I did it, because it's already tested. People like it. They're more likely to share it and enjoy it and get value from it. So I just have my CTA, and then my highest performing post of all time is underneath. Now, the third place for CTAs inside of YouTube is going to be the 1/3. So you can look at my videos almost like clockwork. 1/3 into the video is where we do our CTAs. The reason there is because you don't want to, ideally you'd wait till the absolute end and you'd have the hottest prospects. You would. But you're going to miss out on 80% of your traffic because the vast majority of your traffic is going to be there in the beginning and not in the end. It's just the nature of YouTube. All right, and so I want to not ask right in the first few seconds because I haven't provided value yet. But at the 1/3 point, I'm pretty okay with it. You'll also notice that in my books, my review ask is not at the halfway point, it's at the 1/3 point. Basically, after the first main meaty section is where I ask for it. It's for the same concept. It's like, I just want to make sure I provided enough value. And they say, hey, by the way, can you leave a review? Oh, by the way, go check out a scaling roadmap. All right. Now, in terms of how do you make these? And I know a lot of people are very afraid, and so I want to break this belief again. For those of you who make YouTube videos, some people are like, I never want to ask for anything in my videos. You can do whatever you want. I will say that I don't think it matters, and I'll explain why. I don't think it matters because it's always a ratio, right? If I have a 60-second ad 2 times in a 57-minute video, I'm 30-to-1 on my give to ask ratio. I'm fine. And if you think about the biggest, like, take it to the hypothetical extreme. Look at Rogan, right? Rogan has, one of the biggest platforms ever. He's got like 8 minutes of ads, like, in his stuff. Some people skip the ads, some people don't care. But at the end of the day, like, if it was something that was absolutely like crazy impacting him, he would probably stop doing it, and he doesn't. All right, customers are accustomed to ads. And so if you put in 1 or 2 CTAs in your content, and they're not like these, multi-minute long things, but specifically, I think the way that I think is most tasteful is that you actually incorporate the products into the video, right? So I bring my books and I say, I'm talking about this topic. I mean it here, right? I'm talking about this book right here. Literally always just drive sales, right? So I would encourage you to the greatest degree possible, use the lead magnets, use your products in the videos that you do to attract customers. This one's new, by the way, which is the product button on YouTube. Very cool. So when you do pull those products up, you can link them straight to Shopify. And if you want to have this is a great idea for like paid lead magnets, things like that are cheap for B2B. Obviously B2C, you can just sell your products. But like that's number 4 for CTAs inside of YouTube. And then number 5, and these are wildly underused, YouTube community posts. Absolutely smash, like destroy. I'll give you an idea. If I posted an Instagram story for saying, hey, I need a new whatever, media director, I need a new salesperson, I need a new HR director, I need whatever, right? I'm gonna get, I don't know, maybe 100 applications off of my Instagram stories. If I post on YouTube, I'm gonna get 1,000. It's crazy. So if you're not putting this as a regular kind of content bucket for you, and you have a YouTube channel, it crushes. It's super engaged. Look at the engagement, like 3.4 thousand in 4 hours. That's like, for me, those are huge numbers. Now, moving on to Instagram, because I just did these kind of in order of like what I figured would be the most common. Single CTA on profile bio. I like to be like, who am I? What do I do? Here's your stuff, right? Very straightforward. Make sure it's clear. Like, just like, again, clear over clever. Like, what's the free thing? Go get it now. So, ManyChat integration. So for those of you who are like, man, I really want to generate more leads from Instagram, Instagram has ManyChat, which is like awesome for those of you, like small accounts can generate huge amounts of leads. I'll just put it that way. And so you may have seen these videos where it's like, hey, XYZ, I created this cheat sheet, comment word or comment, hooks or whatever. And look at the amount of comments. So this is Ava Jurgen. She has a brand about how to make content. And look at her, and she has like 600,000-ish people who follow her, but 4,500 comments on this one. And this is actually not like a super high performing post for her. This is like a mid post for her. And so like, look at that. Those are all leads from one post, right? Can you imagine that? And so here's an example for me. Like when we broke the Guinness World Record, we posted the video and it said, hey, if you want the free stuff, like comment book. So we have 20,000 leads. Think about how crazy it is. Like, you're like, man, I want to build an email list. It's like, here's 20,000 leads from one post. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is still, like, this stuff is hot. This works right now. All right. And so you make your reels, you end with just them commenting a word, ManyChat automation picks it up, sends them the thing, can ask them other questions. I'm not going to get into how to set that up. You can use Google, but I'm trying to give you the strategy. All right. You can also use this in terms of IG story CTAs. I would just plan doing these like 1 to 2 times a week, just schedule it. And so again, the whole objective here was how do I get more leads from my existing content? Well, put more CTAs in. On YouTube, I showed you 5, do all 5. Here's Instagram, I'm showing you how to do 3 of them. All right. If you're on TikTok, same concept as Instagram in terms of the profile. Many of you guys have like link trees. I would strongly recommend against link trees. Pick the thing you want them to do. One front door. Don't give someone another choice. Just like, you know how hard it is to get someone to just decide to click the link? Don't give them a link and then more shit. Just like commit. Pick whatever the front door of the business is or the thing you want to promote it. All right. I'm telling you, you will be really happy about it. B2B, this is just a little bit of a hack for you, by the way. If you are B2B and you're like, I've got this big TikTok and it's just not doing very well for me. I learned this from a different business owner who had turned his TikTok into something that actually worked for high ticket. So here's the hack. I'm gonna give you the juice. Have your CTA on TikTok be DM me on Instagram. I know how insane that sounds. But for whatever reason, Instagram is just a better conversion platform. And when people see you there, for whatever reason, it's a different vibe. I don't know. People are just willing to spend way more money on Instagram. I don't know why. I'm just telling you what. So instead of the link being, whatever your thing is, the link would be a link to either directly DM you or to your Instagram straight up. Don't ask me why it works. I'm just saying, if you're doing B2B high ticket, you probably haven't made TikTok work that well because very few people have. If you're doing B2B high ticket, there's a way to do it. If you're doing low ticket stuff, TikToks, you already know how to make this work. All right, for LinkedIn, the big hack with LinkedIn is all around comments. So I actually have a very large LinkedIn following, and we do pretty well on LinkedIn. And the big thing is it's all about comments. And so you want to get as many people as possible to comment because comments are like the algorithm there. And so if I comment on someone's stuff, my whole audience sees my comment on, and it doesn't matter the size of the post. So like I can go, this happens all the time. Like I'll find somebody who says like, hey, I read Alex's book and changed my life or whatever. It has like 2 likes on it. And then I'll say, thanks dude, like all you, whatever. And then all of a sudden that thing will have 1,200 likes. And so for an account that has like usually like 1 to 5 likes on average, it's because the way the LinkedIn algorithm works is that all of my audience will see that one post because they'll see my comment. So super skewed towards obviously valuable posts, but making sure that it's something that I don't want to say incites comments, but you want to give some good reason to comment for people. Also, pinning the comment in your comments with your CTA. So if you have like a banger post, then you'll say, hey, by the way, here's my thing. Typically for most of the platforms, if you have a link out off of platform, it will underperform the post, so it'll push down the impressions. And so just pinning the comment as first comment, especially if you have over time, you'll start to like your comments will typically get liked more than everyone else's. It'll just kind of get like double viewed. So not only will it get viewed because it was the top comment in general, but because other people liked it too, and that brings their audience as well. All right, so that's the hack for LinkedIn in terms of CTAs. For X, I spent a lot of time on X, and so I'll just tell you some of the quick and dirty ones. Shopify integration for lead magnet. So see the Mozy Money Minute right there, the newsletter. You can basically get a $0 product on Shopify and integrate it with X. And so then people can basically hit that. So you have this big ass banner on your profile for people to just opt in for stuff. This generates like another, I want to say like 100 leads a day for me, just from me making that one integration. Doesn't sound like a huge amount, but like it's not nothing. And again, all of these are kind of like lines in the water that are just bringing people in. Now, if you make a post on X, this is where threads or single posts, the best way that I've seen work with X for those of you who are on X is like thread of like 10 things, first 3 or 4 things, then you put your CTA, then 3 or 4 more things, and then you put your final CTA. So 2 CTAs embedded in the post as part of the thread works really well. And if you have a single post, you can just have a comment CTA basically on every post if you want to. I think if you do it too much, it feels a little weird, but if you do it every once in a while, I think it works great. Now, let's talk about email, because I think this is super important, and it sounds like a very boring thing. But some of you guys are like, well, I need more leads. But you really just want to make more money, and you want to make ideally high profit money. And email is the single highest return platform that exists, period, full stop. Call me later. You have no chance. I'm right, you're wrong. Like, this is the highest return platform. So, and I say this so violently because of how angry I am at myself for waiting. Like, I'm a writer, and I didn't send emails until like 2 years ago. And I've been doing business for a while. And it's because I hate money and I'm an idiot. That's why. So I would encourage you to not hate money and not be an idiot. Oh, we're back. We are so back. We are so back. Yeah, I don't know how it turned off. Well, it did though. We'll keep it front. Thanks, dudes. And we're back. Okay, so last thing was, thank you, Buck, for that food. Last thing was hate money and not be an idiot. Good, on brand. Okay, so I sent 36 million emails last month, and so I learned a couple cool things. You guys are awesome. And so what I've learned about email is that number one, it is by far the highest return platform. Number two is you don't think about email, and this is why I think I got so intimidated by it, was like, one, I really care a lot about my writing, which is why I put it out for so long. Because if it's gonna go out, like, by the way, if you guys read anything that comes out from acquisition.com, like, I wrote it, which is crazy to say. Like, I control the written word, because I'm probably anal and I probably need to let go of it, but I enjoy writing and I'm good at it, and so I still do it. Anyways, break email up into constituent parts. It'll make it way easier. So think about it like assembling an email rather than writing one, and it'll just dramatically decrease the amount of stress that you have. All right, and so because of this, and let me incentivize you real quick in terms of why this is important. 25% of the revenue of acquisition.com comes from emails. Like, I mean, yeah, that's money, right? That's like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. A lot. So I feel kind of confident talking about it. So these are the big five, okay? I try to make this as simple as possible. Number one, subject headlines, okay? So I thought there was a lot of magic in this, and the real magic is make your emails really fucking good. And if you do that, then your emails will be a brand. So Mosey Minute is a brand. I try to make every single one of, like, it's very clear this is a Mosey Minute, because if you liked my last Mosey Minute, then you will like my next one. And so let the brand be the thing that gets you the open rate. That is my advice. Instead of trying to hack, like, you forgot something, or like RE colon, like as though they're responding to something, like all these little tricks and hacks, whatever. The long-term thing that only matters is that, are the emails good? And so I made the decision that I wanted to not like obsess about anything besides making the brand of my emails strong. And if I do that, then people will be rewarded for opening this specific types of emails. And it could say XZ17WW, and it wouldn't matter as long as those words were paired with good stuff. So that's big thing number one. Number two, I have to reward someone for opening the email. So what I would like to do is I tweet a lot, right? And so I take high performing tweets that are similar to the topic of whatever I'm talking about, but it doesn't have to be that similar. If I had to pick between like medium and similar, and just dope as shit tweet, I'm going to pick dope as shit. So I'm going to put that as my opener, even though it's unrelated, because I know that when people open it, it's really good and people like it. And so they open it, and the first thing they get is something really short, really sweet, and they like it. Then I get to my value as fast as possible. And so for me, I have a very similar structure for how I do all my emails. Most people, a lot of businesses do this. Here's why they're missing out on this thing. Here's how it works. Here's an example. Here's a summary line. By the way, CTA if you want more things like this. PS, either an additional CTA or reward cycle, which I use memes a lot because I think memes are funny. And so I just think about this as like the reason newspapers had the funnies, right? The little cartoons at the end. Why would they have the funnies? They're a newspaper. There's big established, big fancy newspapers. Why would they have the funnies? Because people like the funnies. And as long as you stay subscribed and you actually read through the emails, I'm good with it, right? So people would read the headlines, they read 1 or 2 articles, and they'd flip to the funnies. And I'm fine with that, right? People need a little light in their lives too. And so for me, it's like, okay, this is gonna be so screwed. We actually spend more time on the memes, trying to find the right memes. Because getting the content, it's like we have so many tactics from all over the business that like we have a backlog for the one tactic. But the memes, I really want the memes to be funny. Anyone see my Nerd Dragon one? That's probably one of my favorites. I had put the Midwit meme in there. Dark Kermit is one of my favorite meme categories. But anyways, so I bring this up to say this. If you want to make more and you aren't currently emailing your customers, email them. You can ROI this whole thing if you just say, I will begin to email my customers. And if you're like, I don't want to bother them, please get over it. Just get over it. I say this from the pain of my heart of the millions and millions of dollars that I left on the table because I just didn't email. It's free. It's free. And what's crazy about this is that if you are advertising right now and you can't afford your leads or to get more leads, you probably are sitting on, and here what's crazy, real talk. The 25% of the business that comes from email is actually fairly normal. So that's not oh, we crush at email. It's just that most businesses, if you do email, at least you take it seriously, you should be able to generate 25, sometimes 40 or even 50% of your revenue from email. Now, think about what this means for a second. If 50% of your revenue comes from email, that means that you doubled your revenue by adding email in, right? You had 5, and then you added another 5. So this extra 5 is the same as your current revenue. It's a double. So I bring this up because you are probably sitting on a massive unmissed opportunity because you don't pay attention to it. And it doesn't need to be complicated. Just make a little brand-free email that everyone knows is your little newsletter. Have one opening line that's good in some way that you think is tested or is a hook that matters. Then have one specific piece of value. Don't get cute. One thing that helps one specific person in one way. That's it. Then you say, want more stuff like this? Go here. PS, something funny, or another CTA. That's it. World's simplest email outline. What is as fast as possible? For those of you who didn't know what AFAP was, it's as fast as possible. That's what that stands for. Where's my, oh, it's in here. Here we go. We're good. Okay. So there we go. Here's a sample for those guys who don't know. So I would open it up. You'd open it up. So read this from the top right. Mosey Minute. So that's the brand. Great closing rate pricing guide. So is that a sexy headline? I don't know. Whatever. It's what it is, right? So someone opens it up because the last Mosey Minute they got was good. Words I like. Do your younger self. The less customer pays, the more problems they cause. That was something they got a ton of shares, tons of likes. So I put it right there, and it had something to do with pricing-ish. So then we go Mosey Minute, the close rate pricing guide. Boom, there it is. And then I have a little explainer after that. Then we have a tap here to learn more, which is CTA, and PS, unrelated meme that had me laughing. Okay. So again, we're talking about organic. How do we get more leads from organic? We have a better offer. That works. We make more content from organic, which will work. We have better calls to action, which will work. Now we make better content. All right. So thematically, I talk about give away the secret, sell the implementation. Many people have the question of I don't want to give too much away. Give it all away. No one's going to do it anyways. No one's going to do it. Everyone's busy. No one's going to do it. I probably have already given you like 100 tactics today so far, and we're like halfway through. All right. You're going to do like 2. You can't. You can't. I can say the tactic faster than you can do it. All right? Because it just takes time. And so just never fear. Give it all away. Like, just give it all away. I promise you, you will make more money. And everyone's like, I can't believe he's copying my idea. Be afraid of the time they don't copy your ideas, because it means your ideas suck. Like, honest, like I really mean this. I don't even think about it. You know how many really big mega influencers, you know their names, that literally copy my tweets word for word and then claim them as their own? Who don't write shit? All the time. I see them. I still appear on podcasts with them, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one cares. I'm not gonna be 80 and be like, I can't believe she stole my tweet. Who gives a fuck? Who fucking cares? So just give it all away, all right? So, shorts versus longs, written versus video, live stream versus everything. Couple things. Making better content in terms of shorts versus longs. How much should you do of either of these? Shorts, okay? Here's how I think about this. Shorts are typically not going to be the thing that builds your brand. All right, now you'll get awareness from this. It's better than nothing. But the objective of a short in my world is to get someone to watch along. That is the idea. Big picture though, if you can get enough, quote, value in a short, meaning you tell someone to do something, they can do it and something good happens, then that is valuable enough. And the goal is that if you can do that, you will get a more likely person who will respond to your request in the future. Now, second piece here, written versus video. To me, written word is the base of everything. And the reason I start with written is that if something converts written only, just text, then it converts in every other format, because every other format adds to words, but words are the core, right? You can have a video that has no words at all and goes viral. Very hard to repurpose that into another platform. Whereas if I have a quote that will go super, super, super viral, it's going to work everywhere. Which is why I start with the most basic form that's the hardest to make go viral, so that when I put it in other formats, it translates. Third thing, live streaming versus everything. So I had a conversation with Mr. Beast, I want to say like 2 weeks ago, right before the launch, or 3 weeks ago, something like that. And we were talking about content in general, and whatever, it doesn't matter. Here's the point. He brought this up, and it's something that I've been thinking a lot about, which is, I'll tell you the story because I think it's worth illustrating it. So there was this big YouTubers, or like, celebrities soccer match that happened, and they do it like every year, and things like UK versus US. And they have this moment during the football game or whatever that they introduce each of the players, or the celebrities, the influencers, one at a time. And so kind of like the default, phallus measuring contest is that when your name gets called, the size of the applause is kind of like how important or influential you are, right? And so it was interesting. What they realized was that like the A-list celebrities went out and it was silent. No one cared. Then you had the shorts creators, and then they would get like a light amount of applause, like very light. Then you'd have the longs creators, the YouTubers, right? Maybe some podcasters, and you'd have more applause. And then the live streamers came out, and the whole place erupted. And so that visual story, and then the conversation I had with him where he said that like one of his big regrets is that he was like, I didn't go hard enough on live streaming, that's what we're gonna be doing. That's what we're gonna be doing at acquisition.com. So for me, like I wanted to get through the launch of the book, but like if you're like, hey, how do I get ahead of like media? Let me tell you what I'm doing. My next 12 months is 100% focused on 2 words. Interactivity and live. That's it. Those are the 2 words that will define my media strategy for the next 12 months. I want to be interactive and I want to be live. So right now I'm doing one of these 2 things. And when I take calls later, we'll have both. It'll be live and interactive. All right. And I so hardcore believe in this, because you think about like quote time on brand, you think about reinforcement cycles with an audience. Live gives you so much more of that. And I think part of it is like there's no faking anything. Like, you guys saw my audio cut out, right? Like that's what it is, right? Like there's no filter. It's like, this is me, like that's it. And so I think that it's like if you want to have trust with an audience, then having as few filters as possible. Said differently, the closest approximation to being IRL or in real life is the best way to gain affinity with the audience. And so because of technology and how things improved, that is the direction that I'm gonna be going in. So do with that what you will. Beyond that, in terms of making better content, you want as much content as possible to be proof-driven or demonstration-driven. And that's why I also see live streaming in that same way. It's just like, it's proof. It's just living proof. Now, I talked about this on a recent podcast. I can't remember which one it was, but I'll tell you the 4 things that you're trying to create for yourself. So this is for anybody who wants to make personal content, all right? So this is for you. So you have status, power, credibility, and likeness, all right? Status is you control a scarce resource. You have something they want. Now, all 4 of these things increase someone's influence. If you have all 4, you're extremely influential, right? If you have one of them, you'll have more influence than someone who has none, right? So a trust fund kid who just inherited their money would have more influence than someone who has no money. It's true. But would a trust fund kid who has money have more influence than someone who had money and also gave you a stock tip 4 or 5 times in a row that all worked out? If you had both of them in front of you, one who hadn't and one who had, you certainly would believe the one who had more because they had demonstrated another element of influence, which is power, which is say-do correspondence. You give someone instructions to follow, they get a good result, they're more likely to comply with the future request. If the future request goes well, they're more likely to continue to comply, right? The reason your parents still have so much power over you is because during your formative years, they gave you thousands and thousands of instructions that worked out. You might hate them, or you might love them, or you might not care about them. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's so many cycles of reinforcement with them that they have influence on you. So I'll give you a Huberman example. So I don't actually listen to Huberman stuff, but I saw one short clip that showed up on my newsfeed, and it was about how to reverse hiccups. And I'm not somebody who really struggles with hiccups. I probably had hiccups one time this year. And I remembered watching that clip when my hiccups came, and I'd watched that clip like a month earlier, and the clip said how to get rid of hiccups. So I did the thing the clip said, and my hiccups went away. And I was like, this is awesome. And so I'm more likely to listen to one of these little Huberman hacks in the future. He gained power over me because he gave instructions, I followed those instructions, and a good thing happened. The third is credibility. If you're like, how is this related to content? Think about how you demonstrate this in content. I said, hey, send some emails. Set it in this way. If you send the emails in that way and a good thing happens, more likely you comply with the future request. The reason that I put so many steps in the stuff is for one, I want you to actually, our outcomes are aligned. If you get good results, it works for both of us, right? Like you make more and then I will make more. We will all make more. So that's why I spend so much time trying to bake things into like, what do we do, right? Not what sounds nice, what do we do to get what we want to have happen to happen? So status, you demonstrate that you have stuff that people want. Number one, I have this big building. A lot of entrepreneurs want a big building. So I demonstrate that I have a big building. I get status from that. Power, I give instructions. People follow the instructions, good things happen. The third is credibility. This is proof. So I show, hey, I sold my company, $46 million. I have credibility that I can build stuff. Look, my current business, look at, we did a $100 million launch in a weekend. Great, credibility. I have things that happened that prove that what I'm saying is true, right? This is where awards, medals, if you said, hey, I spent $5 million in that, I said it before. I said I sent 36 million emails, right? Now, if I had shown a screenshot of that, would have been better, but hopefully at this point you believe me. We said 36 million emails, right? And some of you guys are like, I got all 36 million of them, right? The next one was likeness, all right? Which is visual likeness, values likeness, similar to the avatar, right? Which is, I'll tell you a fun story about this. So we had an event here, and I had a guy come up to me, and he said, hey man, do you mind if I get a picture? And I was like, sure, whatever. And so what ended up happening, he said, by the way, you have a hardcore following in the lumberjack niche. So he was a logger, like he cuts trees down, like that was his business. And I thought it was so funny. He's like, dude, it's hardcore Mosey Nation. And when he told me that, I thought it was like the best thing ever. But what was so funny is that like, I imagine that usually me with my flannel on top and beard and tank top, I probably look like a lot of these lumberjacks. And so for me to have a hardcore contingency of people in the lumberjack and logging community is super believable, right? And so the point of all of this is that when we're making content, these are the 4 things that we're trying to accomplish. We want to demonstrate that we have the things that people want. We want to give them instructions on how to get the good things that they want. We want to prove that we have credibility third party, that the things that we have said that demonstrate our effectiveness, people can see. And I would not say don't try to like be like other people. That's obviously not the right way to do it. But you being you will attract more people like you. So don't be surprised by that. And if you want to have a more diverse customer base, side note, have more people in your content. So for example, one of the things that I would like to do this year, we're trying to get our schedule to work out, but I would like to do interactivity with me and Layla doing more live streaming together, because we'll probably get women and men and married couples. So we'll kind of get like all 3 of those because we're together. So just telling you like what I'm doing. Okay. Next is better targeting, so more avatar-specific content. So how do you fix targeting with your content? So some of you guys are like, I get tons of views, but my leads suck, right? Or like the people that I have in my audience are super poor. Totally reasonable. It's probably because you make content for poor people, and you were surprised that you have poor people in your audience. So if you want to make content for rich people or attract rich people, then make rich people content, right? So one of the big shifts that you have to have is going from social media to interest media. Right? That's the big change. And so I want you to write this one sentence down, and I want you to like circle it. The content is the targeting. The content is the targeting. If you want to reach 35-year-old men, then make stuff for 35-year-old men. And then the algorithm will show it to 35-year-old men. If you make a national funny meme, that has no target because everybody thinks it's funny, which means that you will get an audience of everybody, which is a really shitty way to get leads. So if I go across the street and get slapped by a grandma, or I slap a grandma, or get in a slap fight with a grandma, I'll bet you that that video will go viral. It also will probably not get me good leads. And so you want to make stuff your avatar likes, and the algorithm will show it to them. And alternatively, think about it this way. If you make stuff you hate, you will get people you hate, right? And I'll say a fun one is like, sometimes like people have like a money on like a channel like how to save money, and then they tell everybody not to spend money, and then they're surprised that they can't sell stuff to that audience when they gathered everybody around and said, don't buy anything, right? So you want to be cognizant of the audience you're building, and ideally build an audience of people that you like so that you don't have to pretend to be somebody you're not. And so just be you and make stuff that you want to make. And then those people, the people who will eventually get shown that stuff, you won't have to fake it for them to like you. And so I do have this, I will make a comment on memes in general, which is that I do think there is a place for making kind of like meme content, which is just only when it's specific to your industry and not like the core pillar of your content. Like you're likely, unless you're an entertainer, which is not most of you, you probably want to make content like if there's like Layla and I made a collab one yesterday of like, when you want to, when you're in a yapping mood and he wants to work or something, because that's relevant for us. We work together, we're married, like it's relevant. And I have a ton of people in my audience who are married or have a significant other and they work and they have that dynamic. And so it's funny for them. And so they'll share it, whatever. That works for us. Now, there's tons of other memes that don't make any sense for us to do. And so those are the memes that you wouldn't want to duplicate. And so I want to break a couple beliefs around this, around like how big your audience needs to be in order to generate leads from content. All right, and the reason this is so important is that like once you realize that this is about interest media, not social media, the likes and the views and all that stuff should matter to you dramatically less. Because I know that whenever I put out content that I think is really good, I'll usually get texts from people who I actually respect, and they're saying like, that was awesome. And it usually is like a mid to low performer, but I know it was really good. And so the right people will see it. And so here's 3 different businesses. So registered dietitian that's doing over $1 million off of, well, she was at 7,500, sorry, at 5,000. Now she's at 7,500. So Amy Plano, she just teaches our registered dietitians how to bill insurance. That's her whole niche. That's all she does. And like, look at her average engagement. She gets like 9 to 15 likes per post. All right. I'm bringing this up to you because like, you probably think that your stuff doesn't get views and that it's worthless. And you're wrong. You're just wrong. As long as you make sure that the content you're making is for the right type of avatar, you actually will get super engaged people because they know you're small, they know you're a real person. All right. The second here is Reese. He does like online PT coaching stuff. He's doing like just about $2 million off 5,000 followers. 5. Right. And look, he's got like 45 likes and 2 comments. Right. This is not crazy engagement here. Right. $2 million off this following. No ads. And Super Fitness is a gym equipment company I just bought a bunch of equipment from. But I've followed this guy since he was at like 5,000. And I've probably spent almost 100 grand with him. And I'm not like a big customer when it comes to gyms, right? And so I bring this up because like he's got 89,000. This was just an average post from like this week. I just put an average one up. 134 likes. It's just a picture of him walking through a gym, right? That he's like delivering equipment to. And so like I bring this up again to say, like he's 170,000 square, I don't know if you know how big that is square footage wise. He's 170,000 square feet of warehouse that has new and used equipment in it. And he sells almost all of it through this. Obviously there's word of mouth and things like that on top of it. But like, this isn't crazy. Like this is a tens of millions a year business, maybe 100 million a year. So I'm just showing you this because I want to break your beliefs around like, I have to be super viral. If I don't get thousands of likes, it's not worth it. You're just wrong. Like that's not what the numbers say. And if you make content for the ideal customer avatar, you can make great returns on this. All right, now, I'll give you a real talk from me. So my Instagram Explore page has tiny comedians. They're very small people. Kidding, just like not huge. I've got big comedians too, but I have smaller accounts. Welders, gym equipment, entrepreneur news, and then like quotes from entrepreneurs. Like that is my Explore page. That's the stuff that I see. And so many people that I follow have small audiences, especially like welders, gym equipment, tiny comedians, but I am in that audience. And so just don't judge your content by views. It's about quality per eyeball, not quantity of eyeballs. It's hard to make this pivot for yourself, but it is worth it. Like when I made the first Cash Cows episode, I got so many people reached out to me because they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I read the comments on those videos. If you guys like Cash Cows, please drop it in the chat. Have you seen those episodes? Right. Those are a ton of work for us. But like y'all are my audience, right? And those videos, you can look at their performance, aren't that good. They're like mid, but the comments on them are insane. And so like, I know this is the right type of content for my audience. So even though they're going to underperform my normal videos, I'm going to make more of them because I like them and you like them. And so for me, I don't remember what I had for this last point. My audience has money, book launch versus others. Yeah, I don't remember what that one was. Okay. I've remembered all my other points. Okay, so this is my quick and dirty on building the brand. 6 steps. Number 1, determine the perfect avatar, not your current avatar, the perfect avatar. Who is that customer who's perfect? You look at all the ones you have, you say, this one's perfect. Who's that one? All right, pull this one out, think about their name, great. Number 2, figure out what they want or what they're suffering from, what they need help with. And there's usually hundreds of things. If they have like, oh, they want to make more money, duh. If it's B2B, or they want to lose weight, duh. But what are the 100 other things that help them do that, right? How do they start their morning? How can they eat this instead of that? How can they start the first workout without getting sore? There's a zillion things you can do that lead to them losing weight or them making money. Obviously, every business owner here wants to make more money. If I just said, make more money, not very valuable. So you have to break it down, like chunk down levels. There's unlimited amounts when you get into the microcosms, right? There's tons of content to make. So whenever you're like, oh, I don't know what to make it about, just think smaller. Like just think in the margin. Like that's where all the cool content is. Just zoom in again. Just zoom in again, right? So who are they? Perfect person. Figure out what they want. Make content that helps them get it. Remember, I talked about power. Give them instructions on how to get what they want. Number 4, show how you have the things they want. That you are like them, and any proof that what you say is true has happened outside the real world. 5, ask them if they want your help with calls to action. 6, do this as much as you can without getting bored or letting negative comments stop you. Real. Best way to find out more about your perfect avatar, Mike, by the way, go to the Lost Chapters book and read Your First Avatar, and it outlines the entire process in detail. All right, now, once we have all of stuff in our content, we have to repurpose across multiple platforms to get even more. So the secret to volume is having an easy way to make content. This is the secret. So everything that I have starts on X, and the reason for that is because I'm a writer first, and so I want to have a low friction way to shoot out ideas. Layla is not a writer first. She's a talker first. And so Layla has everything start on podcasts. That's her native style. And so for you, think about whether you're an audio person, you're a video person, you're a written person, whatever is easier for you, find a platform that allows you to do that first so that you can shoot moments of content in the moment, right? Because your motivation to make content, you probably have seen this, goes up and down very quickly. And so I want, when those moments come, like everyone on my team knows, if I say something kind of pithy, I'm like, ooh, that was kind of good, and I'll just shoot it out. And that tiny little process has honestly been the seed for everything we have. So I would encourage you to find that one thing that is the least amount of friction for you to create, the lowest, like don't worry about other formats, don't worry about platforms. Like X is not the best platform. Like if I could pick for my love for platform, it would be YouTube. But that's not me. That's not low effort for me. And so X is the easiest way for me to get something out quickly that has worked well. Some people, it's like, I just want to go live. Fine, go live. Like whatever works for you. And so here's kind of my levels of making content for you. So level 1, make as much as you can. Level 2 is make as much as you can plus match it with proven hooks. So that's where you do a little bit of pre-work. Level 3, find proven hooks and then you make content that matches those hooks. Level 4, build the machine of automatically promoting you in your native build the machine of automatically promoting you in your native format to engineer virality. So what does that mean? That means, how can I prepare my live stream so that all my prompts are high tested tweets or concepts that I already know convert? So how can I structure my stream in a way, so if we do call-ins, how can we get it so each of the conversations begins with a hook? How can we do that, right? That's where you start engineering your environment to maximize the likelihood of virality. So my closing statement on the organic side is that if you're not as good as you want, you're probably just not doing enough. And if you have a service business, which 80% of you guys do, there's 2 types of reinvestment, right? So obviously software, it's like you hire more developers and like you just keep trying to grow. E-commerce, some of the investment can be inventory. But if you're in a service business and you have this excess cash at the end of the year and you're like, I want to reinvest in the business because I want this to grow faster, what do? You know what it is? It's 2 things. You reinvest in brand and reinvest in talent. That means that you hire really smart people that are smarter than everyone you currently have so they can help you build the future. And so what I have found is you will, okay, this is the best analogy. I'm going to use this probably for the rest of my life because I love it so much. Many of you are trying to make decisions about your business like you're trying to make dinner. Let me explain. So you're going over the fridge, looking what's inside, and saying, based on what I have in here, what do I want to have for dinner, right? When in reality, you should just look at the world and ask, what the fuck do I want to eat? And then go get the things that you need to make that meal. And so what happens is when you think about what's in the fridge, as your limitation, you have a very constrained thinking process. And so part of the reason that your business isn't growing as fast as you want is because you're only having 4 or 5 ingredients. You only have 4 or 5 good people to work with. There's just not a lot of ingredients here to make a great dinner. And so if you ask the question of what do I want to eat for real, not based on this, but what do I want to eat? Then you can think much more broadly, and then your reinvestment of, okay, well, if I want to eat that, these are the associations I need to build my brand. These are the types of people I need to attract, and this is how I'm going to do it. So I just wanted to have this as a quote, kind of like closing thought around organic. In 2025, what that translates to is that brand will be content and documenting aspirational achievements for your avatar. Like, why is it that, Land Rover will be able to show someone, somebody going off-roading in the snow or whatever? Why do they show that? They show that because if you see that and you actually believe it, you think, well, if it can handle all those rocks, it can probably deal with 2 inches of snow on the highway and get me to my place safely. Why is it that, Arc'teryx and North Face will give free jackets or whatever to the people who want to climb the summit of Everest? Because you figure, soccer mom says, well, if it kept them warm on the mountaintops of Everest, it'll keep me warm from the car to the door when it's a little chilly outside, right? So we have to achieve things that are orders of magnitude greater than the aspirations of our avatars so they can reverse that into the believability of, you know what? I think if it works all the way up there, it'll probably work for me, right? If this guy was able to do a $100 million launch in 3 days, he can probably help me take my business from $1 million to $2 million. He can probably help me take my business from $10 million to $20 million, right? That's the idea. We want to think about what their aspirations are and then do unreasonable amounts of work, document it so that you now make that reinforcement of, wow, that's exactly what this avatar wants, and I'm going to demonstrate that I have documented this whole thing and I can give instructions how they can follow it. Cool. Okay. So that was our organic section. So now we move on to outreach. All right, so this is the third. There's 3 buckets. You got ads, you got organic, you got outreach. So like before, we already covered the offer, so we crossed that out. You guys enjoying this? It's like, I told you this is a little bit, this is a little more tactical. Okay, cool. I appreciate the feedback because otherwise I'm just talking to myself in the camera. Okay, good. Great. I'm glad you guys are digging it. Oh, bathroom break. What time we got? Anyone know? Yeah, we'll take a quick, let's do that. Let's do that. 13 minutes, we'll be back at the top of the hour, quick bathroom break, and then we'll close it out. Cool? Okay. 13, top of the hour. I am muted.
You needed it?
Yeah, my own.
Hold on. Audio's good, you're on.
Oh, sweet. Rock and roll. The green men, the $100 million men have struck again. I said I would go to the top of the hour, so we can kick it for 3 minutes and then I will start back up. But Drexel, what's up? Chris, David, how's it going? Aaron, anyone seen that skit with Key and Peele? It's like, hey, Ron. That one kills me. For those of you who have seen that, like, I die when I watch that clip. Mm. Hey, whoever's posting that link in there, cut it out. Yeah. For those of you guys who are gonna do hotline, I think I think 4 hours is probably enough for y'all. So I'll just do the live stream tomorrow. With those guys who we already like tagged and got info from. Vietnamese one is fire. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Got $100 million teams by Layla. Yeah, Layla can do some of them. So do some of them. Yeah, how you get on hotline. If you see Ed Turney or one of the other guys post in the group like, "Hey, Alex is going to go live," and he's asking for some people to call in, respond to that quickly. That's basically it. And he just says like first come first serve on those posts. How do you get tagged? Yeah, I already did that one. Make time for outreach. Thanks, Drexel. What's up, Michelle? Paulo. What am I eating? Protein bar. It's kind of mid. It's okay. What's the difference between a traction offer and lead magnet? Good question, Greg. So lead magnets are typically free. I would say like the book is kind of an exception for that, but like it's typically free or a very low cost thing. I would say that an attraction offer, the way that I imagine it from like a mechanistic perspective, is that you are wrapping something that is already kind of fully formed with a different incentive. And so like buy X, get Y free, a giveaway, win your money back. These are all things that like you have the core deliverable, but it makes like the mechanism around it makes the thing more desirable. Whereas a lead magnet, it's usually just the fact that it's free or super low cost. Like that is the thing that makes it desirable relative to its value. So that's kind of how I see the difference there. Dorina, you mentioned ROAS for CPL campaign. Was that ads manager sales and lead optimization? Yes, correct. So optimizing for sales versus optimizing for leads. Ty, any quick tips for restaurants to get more customers? Bro, the whole day was about getting more customers. Joke. Uh, Can you help me get some more leads? What was I just doing? What was that? So WC, any tips for enterprise solar? Oh, EV charging. Oh shoot, I didn't read it. EV charging and solar. The good news is that anything that's bad that happens to you happens to everybody. So I see those as like whenever something bad happens to everybody, I always immediately assume that I'm just gonna take everyone else's shit. So it might be like a mindset thing. That's how I approach that. All right, we're gonna get rock and rolling. Oh, Kabi, good question. What software do we use for the call-ins? Right now, it's super duct tape. We're gonna figure out something nice. So when we do figure it out, I'll let you guys know. But I do like this is gonna be a direction that we're gonna be doing more. Oh, Brady, HubSpot or Salesforce? I don't know, neither. I think in a world of AI, we're doing way more custom build stuff because we're like, so a lot of guys might not know this, but we have an internal dev team. So obviously, with the AI, but like, we have really exceptional developers, and like, there's so many advantages. Like, once you get past a certain size, um, it begins to make sense to just like, instead of saying, oh, we're going to build ourselves an ERP or something like some massive thing, it's just like we're going to start developing solutions on the edges that are specific to our use case that just get us just way higher returns on time, like huge improvements in efficiency. And so we just like kind of like allow that like very badass team to go and like solve problems for the rest of the business. All right, one more bite, and then I'm going in. Okay, any advice for brands in a restricted space for paid ads? Yeah, you're just not going to run paid ads unless you just like run it for not that stuff. It's still super tough. I think you're just like typically in restricted spaces, it's going to be trade shows and conferences. It's going to be making content. It's going to be outreach. It's going to be like affiliate networks. That's where like getting distribution, depending on how I don't know what the thing that you sell is, but I'm guessing if it's like cannabis or I mean basically probably just like cannabis and firearms, so I can think of. Oh, it was cannabis. Oh, cannabis seeds. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be distribution, building the brand overall. Trying to think for paid. I'd rather do like collabs with influencers and stuff. I'd probably be like if I had like my fastest path to money, I'd probably like collabs with influencers, leverage that into introductions for distribution bases, brick and mortar. All right, you guys ready to rock? I didn't eat my gummy worms. Hold on. Get a little sugar. Okay. Most fun you've had on a Zoom this week? Hmm. Anyone's like bash you like I do. Okay. Ready to rock? Let's do it. Snowflakeitis. Yeah, maybe I'll get my vascularity to come out from all that sugar. Okay. So we are back in black. Actually, literally back in black. How about that? Okay. So now we'll move on to outreach. All right. So basically, big picture, everybody here would like more leads because hopefully you've identified that leads costing too much is the limitation for the business. So if leads cost too much is the limitation, we had to be clear on that. If it's not, then you should do the other stuff instead of focusing on this. But if that is the limitation, then we went through all the different things you can do for ads. Then we went through all the different things we could do for getting more leads from content. And now we talk about all the different things we can do from an outreach perspective. So let's kick off this first one. And before I cover that, I just want to remind you the 3 common ways to use outreach in general, which is number 1, you can use it to get customers directly. So this is like most common practice. The second way, which I think is wildly underestimated or underutilized, is use outreach to get affiliates. So like, it's like if I was going to do cold outreach to get like high net worth individuals, it would make way more sense for me to do cold outreach to accounting practices who have many high net worth individuals and then do deals with them, right? Like try and use a lower leverage path to go to a higher leverage person rather than go a low leverage path to a one-on-one sale. I mean, nothing wrong with the one-on-one thing. It's just like, it's just harder, right? And then 3, and this again is not nearly enough talked about, but I've said this at the beginning, which is that all businesses are demand constrained. So you're either demand constrained for customers or you're demand constrained for talent. You can still use outbound to get high value targets. So specifically employees, these are gonna be the highest value targets you get. There's rarely customers that will make you more money than an employee will, who's really good. All right, now we'll cover way more of that when we get into the people in AI workshop, but I just kind of want to like just remind everyone here, like you can use these powers to get customers, you can use them to get affiliates who have customers, you can use them to get employees. All right. Now, to do more outreach with AI, I actually had Lewis, our marketing director, make some of these slides, just the next 5 slides. So if I say something super dumb, deal. But the big picture here is that outreach, you want to think about it like an assembly process. So you've got the getting of the leads, you've got personalization, you've got qualifying leads, you've got contacting leads, and then you've got prepping sales reps for the leads. All right, and then you've got the tools that help you with all of them. All right, so breaking this down, getting leads. So number one, it's like find where the people hang out. So figure out where your customers hang out. B2B, oftentimes it's gonna be LinkedIn. Local might be something like Google Maps. Second, you want to pick your lead source. So you can buy leads, you can scrape data, or you can manually hunt. All three of these work. Obviously, buying leads and scraping data can be more scalable, but if you are poorer, then manually hunting works fine too. A great manual hunting method is to go into school communities where those people are and see what they're about. See where they hang out. Talk to the group owners. See if you can collab on stuff. Don't be scammy and weird. Like there's ways to just make it win for everybody. Match the platform to your business. So if you're doing software sales, LinkedIn Navigator. If you're doing local services, Google Maps and Yelp. And then ideally you want us to focus on one source first. So just get good at it, then expand. Now, once you have your list of leads, your sources for leads, the whole goal is to make it not look automated, even though it is automated. All right. And so you want to add specific details that only a human might notice, or an artificial human. You get where I'm going with this. All right. So really simply, you want to find something you can reference. So for email, it'd be like a recent LinkedIn post or their favorite sports team. Door to door, be like, hey, I love your red door, nice lawn. Cold calling might be something from their website or social. The nice thing is that AI can automate most of this stuff now. So you pool recent activity, company changes, social posts, and then that then generates personalized opening lines at scale. And so this is it's just a wonderful point that I want to emphasize so hardcore here. Simple formula that works everywhere. Specific observation plus relevant complement plus transition to business. Ta-da! That's how that works. And then you do so much of it that you want to throw up, and you keep doing it. Great. So qualifying leads. So BANT, so budget authority need timing. I'll probably say this one more time today. I think there's another slide that talks about this. If I didn't, then I might have skipped it earlier. But there are 4 things that you want to collect from every lead. Budget, authority, need, timing. Can they afford it? They got the money to spend. Do they have the ability to make the decision? Do they need this thing? And is now a good time? Right? And so you can ask these, like typically you can bundle these into multiple things. So like if you know their revenue, you don't necessarily have to ask a specific budget question. Now you can if you want to be more forthright. So for us on our for workshop sales, we have a minimum revenue requirement for someone to show up here. But on top of that, we say, hey, our ticket's $5,000. Are you okay with that? Like we just ask them. We're like, here's the price. You okay with that? Great. Then, oh, by the way, I'll give you that tidbit. We wanted to like, you guys want some like super magic? Tell people how much it is and make sure that they agree to the biggest objection when they apply. So biggest objection for people coming to a workshop is that they don't want to travel. And so we just said, hey, are you willing to travel in the next 90 days or the next 120 days? They say yes. We're like, hey, the ticket's this much money. Is that okay? Yes. And so like we've already just like the amount that like decreased in applications but increased in sales efficiency. So we netted more sales overall, number one, but the efficiency per rep dramatically improved. So we actually just can get more sales per rep. And so like these are the types of friction that I talk about in terms of like improving throughput in a funnel that are typically counterintuitive. So a great one for timing. I had a friend who had a very large business that just received lots of applications, and they found out that 95% of their sales they could correlate with an answer on one of their questions, which was if you were selected or if it was a good fit, would you be willing to start as soon as humanly possible, tomorrow, or next week? And when someone said as soon as possible or tomorrow, they were the 95%, and then like 0 sales came from next week. And so they just started immediately disqualifying people when they just selected that. They didn't even care about anything else because those people just never bought. So the more data like this you collect, which I wasn't planning on saying this, but I'm going to say it anyways. Some of you guys have asked the questions, how do I have a more AI-enabled business, right? And I would say that there's 2 kind of thinking processes around this. I'm totally going off tangent here, but I think you guys will like this. All right. So it's probably one of the number 1 questions I get asked, which is like, how do I think about AI within the context of business today? Okay. And I want to break this down into two paths. Oof. You know, there's something about having a great wet marker. A moist marker, if you will. Uh, so we've got AI tools, and then I would say AI core. And then so this is me just like massively simplifying this. But like kind of level one is like you're using tools that exist or have been made by other software companies that use AI. This is kind of level one. Cool. Level two is like AI enabled, which is like there are core things about how your business operates that now have unique data that only you have. And so like the AI that you guys are using to me is this, right? The third is that your entire business is AI. Like that, like you have like you are the tool that you are selling, right? Or you sell that tool, right? And so some people think they're here, but are actually here because if you actually want this as your core element of the business, then the thing that precedes this is data. You need to have a data and documentation first business. So I spent the time to talk to you guys about how I spent 2 years doing all of these one-on-one consultations in person, answering questions so that I could do one thing, capture data. Because you cannot have AI without data. And so it's like, oh, we're this, like whenever someone tells you that, by the way, just be like, so what's your data infrastructure look like? And they'll be like, and be like, yeah, right, you have no idea what you're talking about. And so I bring this up to say, for many of you who've asked this question, I think using AI tools is a great idea. If you want to do something like this, you need to start with the data itself. And then if you're looking at that, it's beyond the scope today. But if you're worried about will AI replace my business, I will say this, which is that as long as it's humans with tools against humans with tools, it's been the same since the dawn of mankind. And the moment it's tools against humans, we're all screwed, so it doesn't really matter. Great. Now, using BANT to qualify before outreach. So you could use this from an SDR scripting perspective or in an application flow, depending on how your sales process works. But you do want to make sure that you have this. All right, like you will add friction and you will make more money and it will be worth it. Now, examples of pre-qualifying, I kind of touched on this, like check the company size for revenue, target decision makers, not assistants for authority, look for unique pain points in their content, or if you just, if they've said anything like this, that'll probably be the hardest one to look for. And then recent, if it was like software, they'd be like recent funding or job postings. Typically, people are not hiring when they're shrinking. So at least they'll be usually medium or growing if they're hiring. Now let's talk about, so we've qualified the leads now about contacting. So there's a lot of different tools that can multiply your volume. So there's power dialers, which can call multiple numbers and connect with first pickup. So for us, we use a dialer. I recommend not using more than a 2 or 3 line dialer. Just personally, like I think we only use a 2 line dialer, not that we can't afford a more line dialer, but you end up wasting leads if you have good pickup rates, and we do. So we just do a 2 line dialer with our guys, and that works very well. So that's number one. And if you're curious, like why don't I recommend any specific vendors? The reason is a couple things. One is because like almost always people clip me and then make ads out of any content that I make, which sucks. Super annoying. Second, it sounds like it's an endorsement and like it's not. And if you're here, you should be able to do your own research. So I will give you thematic things that can work. And at the end of the day, like you have to figure out what works best for your business. These are thematic elements that you would need to incorporate. Next is email automation. So there are tools already that can do mass personalized emails at scale. In fact, our number one affiliate from the launch, I think sent over 1 million mass personalized AI emails to become the number one affiliate. And I think drove like the first or second most sales. So like cold email. So he cold emailed people to invite them to my launch. And like it wasn't wasted leads. Like he actually generated a lot of sales. So it just goes to show you that like cold email is still not dead. Like as long as people consume a specific type of attention, there is a way to advertise on it, and you just need the skills to do it. Social automation. So this is going to be DM sequences across platforms. This is tools like ManyChat. Again, not me saying that ManyChat is the only one, but I think they are they are pretty locked in with Instagram and Meta. And so they're going to be pretty vanilla, which for me, you never want to risk your profile by doing anything sketchy. So I tend to work with just very vanilla providers. So next, pick your weapon based on the audience. So where do they spend their time? What channel do they actually respond to? Sometimes these aren't the same thing. Sometimes they are. Now, prepping sales calls. So this is like nasty shit, which I like so strongly recommend. Like high leverage. If you follow anything that I have, like preparing for sales calls, wildly undervalued. Like people will think that you are so intelligent and worked so hard if you take like 2 minutes to find out something about their business. All right, so giving reps useful information before the call. So again, recent company news or changes, pain points they identified, any posts, interactions, or touches, you can summarize that. AI can do all of this now. You can ideally make them sound like they did their homework. So I noticed you just expanded just second location. I saw that you're dealing with X, Y, and Z. I saw you're hiring for WWW, right? It just shows that you're not another cold caller. Like just even in that opening few lines, if you're doing outreach, can make a gigantic difference because they're like no one wants to insult somebody who knows a little bit about them, right? As soon as you go from stranger to danger, I'm kidding. You go from a stranger to potentially someone they might know. All of a sudden, someone puts their polite, tone on, and they're like, sorry, what was that? Versus like, if you die, for anybody who's ever done like cold calls, like you know what I'm talking about. And you want to brief them on the BANT information. So like, hey, quick, budget authority, need timing, and that way they don't ask like stupid qualified questions. Great. So we have obviously better offer. Lead magnet is a huge, like I would say, I don't want to say that it matters for all three, but I would say for outreach, even probably the most. I hate even saying it because it matters a ton for all of them, but for outreach, really good offer, really like blow them away in 60 seconds type offers is like super valuable here. Now, we do more outreach using AI tools. Now we have to buy more leads from brokers. Okay, so you can obviously buy more, scrape more, or manual, duh. Think for high value targets, LinkedIn Outreach, Sales Navigator. This one I wanted to highlight. Some of you guys go for really high value targets, so you're looking at like real estate investors, you're looking construction firms or whatever. In my experience, going to as many of these conferences as humanly possible works very well. So I'm gonna give you a very tactical strategy to do this. So number one, and Sharon talked about this briefly on the Mega Live. So number one is you want to come up with a speaking fee. So let's say that your speaking fee is $25,000. It doesn't matter because you're going to waive it. So let me explain. So you're going to say, hey, I can speak at your event. I have a $25 for speaking fee. And if you're like, how do I get invitations to these types of events? Well, making content helps. Also, you can hire an agent that does it. That helps too. There's different and as soon as you get some clips of you on stage and you can post that organically, you'll start getting inquiries. And I would encourage you to take the ones that are free and whatnot, and you do those things so that one, you can get content, but two, you can quid pro quo, you can flip those into things that are far more valuable. So what would you trade a speaking fee for? So number one is you say, hey, you have this event that's coming up that has 1,000 attendees. I would like to waive my speaking fee in exchange for me being able to get that list of attendees. That's option one. If someone does that for you, what a gift. It's like they probably spent $250,000 advertising the event, and you're going to get that $250,000 gift. Now, the thing is the incremental cost for them is basically nothing. Now, some of them might be like, I don't want to give you that list. Fine. A step down from that is saying, hey, can I just send one email to that list? It's your list. I'll give you the email. You can read it, and you can send it. And then that way, you can just skim off the top, and you do it after the event's over. All right, so you don't do it up front. You go speak, you get edified, then you send the email. So that's the second way. Now, third thing, let's say that they do neither of those things, but you still get to speak. Great. And let's say that they don't want you to pitch anything. Also great. So the way that you do this in a really elegant way is you do something called a survey close. So a survey close works like this. You say, hey, were these slides great? They'll say yes. And you say, hey, if you want, just fill out here's the link so that you can get all my slides and my free thingy. And so go there, and you can answer a couple questions. And it triages saying, hey, would you like to find out more about this thing? Or were you only here for the free slides? They say, I want to find out more, which then you either can book directly to a phone call, or if you're at a massive event, then you'd push them to a webinar, which you then pitch on the webinar, and then push them to phones or push them to buy. That's how that works. Now, that survey close method also works for getting talent. So if you're like, man, I'm really supply constrained, and I want to go find out where the types of people that I need are, then you can just survey close an audience of attorneys or accountants or whatever to get a specific role that you need. Okay. Now, I will just give you a couple of quick tidbits on, you can also swap it for a booth at any of these conferences or events. And the key at making these booths work is that you have to have an amazing lead magnet or giveaway, just like always, right? So some people go to these events and they're like, I went to I bought a booth and it didn't work. Well, just like saying I bought an ad and it didn't work. Like, duh, if you buy a bad ad, it's not going to work. If you have a bad booth strategy, it's not going to work either. All right, so thing number one, you want to buy booths that are on the right side when you walk in the door. Why? Because 70% of people turn right. And so they'll typically price these two the same, but this one's going to get more than twice the traffic. So buy the one on the right, number one. Number two, when you have this booth strategy, there's typically other speakers that are there. Have a little mini podcast set up so you can invite the speakers to record a podcast with you. They're already there. They might as well get the content. But people are going to see the speakers who have already been edified and you who hasn't been edified talking next to them with the headphones on. People gather around. What is that? It's live content. And people are around your booth. It becomes something that's far more interesting. And you get a ton of content with all these industry leaders. And then by default, you get elevated because you have their status that's reflecting onto you. Third thing. What is the giveaway? So you're going to give some sort of amazing thing away. Obviously, you want to be curious. People can line up and get like a free key or something like that to a key to the vault. Everyone gets one. The way they get it is they give you their information and you give them a big basket of keys. One of the keys is the right one and they can try it out. Very fun. Do it so that if it's a multi-day event, put the correct key in on the last day, right? And then you'll find the winner on the last day. And then the prize can be whatever you want it to be. But people will just think it's cool and they'll try it out. And while they're waiting in line or after they give you their information, you now have leads. So pretty cool, right? I thought that was pretty cool. Now, next piece is volume. And this is just kind of an understanding here. The amount of times that I talk to business owners and they're like, yeah, I get like a third of my leads from events. And I'm like, okay, how many events are you doing a year? And they're like, I do 2 a year. I'm like, great. So then I say, okay, how many a week are you going to do? And then they're like, it's like, yeah, dude, like if you get half your business or a third of your business from 2 a year, that means every time you do one of these, you get 1/6 of your business. You're getting 17% of your revenue per event. So what if we multiplied that by 25, which means you do 1 a week? Well, 25 times 1/6 is a lot. It's a 4x, right? So if you 4x your revenue just by doing that, not bad. So it's just like, and the other thing that'll happen is you'll start getting good at it too. And then the more events you speak at, the more events will ask you to speak. Crazy, I know. So that's how you get more leads. I just wanted to zone in on the conference style stuff because for many of you guys, that will be a really good way for the ones who have like really high value targets that are more sporadic in terms of how you close customers. That will work great for you guys. Now, better targeting with AI list enrichment. All right, so I'll give you a couple stories here. So I think I tell this story in the first Avatar chapter in Lost Chapters, but when I met up with the head of pricing from Vista Private Equity, which is like a gazillion-dollar fund, I think they would have like $300 billion, just like an enormous fund for software. And their entire model is triple the value of the company in 3 years. And so the guy got off stage and he said, hey, do you want to know how we do it? And I was like, yeah, I do want to know how you do it. And he said, so we basically do 80-20 on the entire customer base. And so what that is he said, we know our customers, the businesses we're acquiring customers better than they do. And so we do this big analysis on it to figure out which customers are the 80 and which ones are the 20. And so then what we do is we then say, all right, we're going to cut all of the streams and messaging and channels where the 80% come from, and then we're going to put 5x more attention or where the 20% comes from. Now, the reason this is interesting is that imagine you have your 5, let's see, you got 1/5, 2/5, 3/5, 4/5, 5/5, right? So they say, we're going to get rid of all of these, and then we're going to fill it back up with this top stream. Now, the reason this is important is that you already have the infrastructure in place to support this many customers. But when you get the same amount of customers that are all worth 5 times as much, you 5x the business. Kind of interesting. And he said, so fundamentally, we make that change, and then we match the prices and the messaging to this better lead, and then double down on those channels. And so the process that they go through is, number one, they think about who are these people. So this is the quick and dirty of many of you. The issue of like, I need to get cheaper leads is actually you need to get better leads so that you can get better returns, rather than I need cheaper leads. This is the how to get better returns question. So first is, who are the demographics, right? Next is, what are they doing? These are quantifiable requirements. All right, so for example, for us, Gym Launch, we figured out when we looked at all of our customers that the gyms that had one employee assigned to leads and at least 30 members were the ones that were like 5 times more likely to be successful with our stuff. And so instead of that saying, oh, these people were more successful, we just made that a requirement up front. They have to have these quantifiable requirements, right? Now, the next is, what did they do? So this is a really important one. So what are the activation behaviors? All right, so for us, pre-purchase, we found out that 78% of customers who came in consumed at least 2 long-form pieces of content. And so in hearing that, I thought, okay, so why don't I take cold people and then force the consumption of 2 long-form pieces of content to get them to be the same way as people who buy. And it turns out that worked pretty good. And a VSL, by the way, or webinar would count as one of those things, right? So if you have like a lead magnet that you know people will consume, plus a long form thing that they consume after that, like another hour. If you have 2 or 3 hours with someone, you can usually sell like a very expensive thing. Like it doesn't actually take nearly as much time as you think. The next is post-purchase. So what are the activation behaviors after someone's made a purchase that makes them more likely to buy again, stick, or pay even more, right? So for us, it was they had to get 1 high ticket sale within the first 7 days. Now for you, it's gonna be a different thing. But the idea, if we put all this together, is we say, okay, this is the right type of customer. This is what they are quantifiable, so we're gonna screen for that on the front end. These are the things that these people did prior to buying that made it highly likely they would purchase from us. And then immediately after buying, this is the process that maximized the likelihood of success. That's what we're building here. Hopefully you're taking that in, because that's real. That's how that works. And then finally we have, okay, are there some sources that are bringing us way more of these good leads than others? And if so, let's double down on those. So let me give you a real world example of this. So it could either be channels that bring in better customers, or it could also be lead magnets or offers that bring in better customers. This is a really big one for a lot of you guys. You don't even know it. So scaling roadmap for us is a lead magnet. A come to a workshop is a direct offer, right? Now, scaling roadmap has higher ROAS on a longer timeline. The workshop has a higher ROAS on a shorter timeline. And so it makes more sense for us to get more people on the scaling roadmap because we make more money from it, even though it takes longer to get here. So we're matching the lead magnet that has the highest ROAS to the correct customer that has these quantifiable requirements. We're getting them to consume a process that maximizes the likelihood of them purchasing. And then after they purchase, we have them go through the process that maximizes the likelihood of success. That's what we do. And the nice thing about this is that you don't have to do anything right now to figure this out. You just look at your existing customers. You can answer this through literally observation and surveys. You can do this now. So in terms of qualifying leads, it's like, okay, how do I do this from a survey perspective? I think having more information required on the intake is wildly undervalued. So this is our scaling workshop meeting opt-in. So you can just see it. That's what it is. That's not my phone number, so relax. So how to get this data? So obviously we put BANT on all forms, yet again, as a reminder. On your opt-in forms, don't be afraid of adding friction to get the information you need, because it rarely drops sales. So you may get more expensive leads, but your cost to acquire customers will typically go down. Real. You can also get this information on intake calls and onboarding, right? So every time you touch a customer, like not only do we be providing value, we want to be extracting data, right? And we do this so we can build our models so we can get very good at predicting what they want, what they need, and when they're gonna buy next. And so I'll give you guys a very cool free nugget, okay? Now, I had a book launch, and I added these two fields, right? Which is with the amount of spend that we're doing is significant amounts of friction, right? That's like every one of these things that we ask for when you're talking about $4 or $5 million in spend is going to be dropping the amount of people who sign up by like 10, 20, 30, 50,000 leads. So it's a lot, right? So one thing that was really important for me was that I wanted to make sure that I had business owners coming to this event, that this was not for like newbies per se. Obviously people can come, it's free, but like I wanted to have more business owners. And so my way of having a leading indicator on my ad quality was that I asked who here was a business owner when people registered. And so we had 65% of people who registered for the Money Models launch identified as a business owner. 65%, right? Which is pretty crazy. Now, I think part of that was because the nature of the content was a cash conversion cycle and increasing cash flow, which is something that somebody who doesn't have a business doesn't even think about. And I think so the very nature of the topic was very like money and cash flow oriented, which is more of a business owner topic. Now, here is the very, very sexy little nugget for you. So you see that little checkbox right there where it says, I want a VIP ticket? Who wants to guess how much extra money that brought into the business? So we split test, I want to say like 8 or 9 different variations of this checkbox. And it was one of those, like I woke up in the middle of the night with this idea and then like slacked the team and was like, hey, let's do this. And so what the idea was it was just based on persuasion, right? Which is there a way that I can just psychologically bias someone to make them more likely to buy? And the answer was yes. And so that checkbox did nothing. It did literally nothing. It changed, like literally it was a checkbox that had no change in what happens there in the entire funnel. But it was like 80 or 85% of people checked that box. Here's why this is interesting. By adding that checkbox, we decreased the number of leads by like, I want to say like 6%, something like that. But it increased the take rate on the upsell on the next page by, I think, over 20%. And so I don't remember those two numbers, but I know the net increase overall of earnings per view, which is what I would care about, which is of every eyeball that got to the page, how much extra was made. It was an absolute 16% increase. Wild. From a checkbox that did nothing. Because it pre-framed the person to buy, and then you had commitment and consistency. And so some of you guys have things like this on your funnels, and we just have to think to ourselves, and no, the checkbox was not mandatory. It was completely optional. It literally did nothing. But just by getting someone to say, I want a VIP ticket, and then on the next page it says, want to know how to get a VIP ticket, we made people more likely to buy. And I don't know the revenue numbers. Maybe Lewis might know them. But do you know how much more valuable the VIPs were versus not VIP? Was it? He's pulling it? Okay. I'll give you the exact numbers in a second. But it was a lot. And so anything that I could do to get more people to pre-order a book, I did. And so I thought you guys would think this was cool. So one is that post-event, we know all the people who are business owners and we know how much money they made because they said so. And so these leads become significantly more valuable to my business because even if they don't do anything at the event, at least I have good lead data because my business we have too much volume. So we have, minimum basically requirements for people to get here is usually around 500,000-ish minimum. For them to come to an L1, event here. A median is usually between like 1 and 4 million for the 100 people in the room. And so I need to make these, like if I can make the leads valuable to the rest of my business rather than just to this one-time event, then I will do that. And so for you guys, like leads that you have no information on are just just not that valuable. And I would rather have a lead who would give me more information because they're more likely to buy. Okay. So that's how we do better targeting and better qualification. All right, so now let's move on to cadence. So this comes down to split testing in general, and this really does work across all three of these, whether it's content, whether it's ads, and whether it's outreach. I would say this is more specifically towards outreach and ads because you have more consistent inflow, whereas content can be spiky and the nature of the traffic can change based on the content that went viral or that, hit some air. I just want to give you guys like my testing cadence for how we do this internally. So we run split tests every week, and we usually run 1 to 2 per week, and I'll explain how they work. So in my opinion, this needs to be the second thing you bring up in your marketing meeting. So the first thing you're going to bring up is like, how many leads do we get? How many are qualified? Like, what's the main KPI? The next thing that we talk about every single week is what were the split tests that we ran? What were the winners? We do this every single week. Every Monday, we have a marketing meeting. All right. And so what we do is we say, where's the point of greatest leverage? And so the point of greatest leverage is going to be typically the lowest relative percentile in our flow relative to benchmark. So remember, I started with this earlier. We had our midway. Hold on. Feel like a Friday to anyone? Feels like a Friday to me. Okay. We have these percentages. Well, whichever one of these is the low relative to the benchmark is going to be where we're going to say, okay, we're going to attack right here. You got it, Lewis? Okay. VIP was, yeah. So that little checkbox pushed people to in a bucket of leads that became 10 to 11 times more valuable. So we could, like, that little check increased the likelihood that someone would take an action that then made them 10 to 11 times more valuable as a customer. So like these tiny little hinges can sometimes swing big doors. All right, back to this. So the point of greatest leverage is the lowest performing thing relative to benchmark. So the next question we ask is, what is a good alternative test? So I want to give you our testing methodology, which I got from Mr. Beast, which is very good. It works for paid ads just as much as it works for YouTube thumbnails and packaging. All right, you will remember this. This is how it works. Orange, apple, banana. All right, step 1. So we come up with 3 versions that are wildly different. 1 orange, 1 apple, 1 banana. 3 completely different concepts for, like a homepage or an opt-in or a headline or whatever we're testing. We have 3 completely different versions. All right, and we run that as test 1. Then we go green apple, red apple, yellow apple. So once we know which of the 3 orange, apple, banana won, we then say, great, of that subcategory, we make 3 smaller permutations within it. And so that gives you a 9 box of 3 by 3 in terms of testing variations. And this, because listen, like it's easy to say, hey, just test everything under the moon. The problem with tests is that it takes resources to do tests, and the cost of tests is the traffic cost to do it, and the losses in sales that you otherwise would have made on your control, right? And so for us, it's like, we test a percentage, not the entirety of the traffic. And if it wins, then we do a true 50-50 split test. And then if it holds, then it becomes the control. All right. And so typically, like, hopefully you guys like that. I actually think it's just so simple and it works great. And so typically we'll have one that's at step 1 and one that's at step 2 every week. And again, this is not a rule of law. This is just a trend that I've observed for us. All right. And this is for all types of marketing, outreach, ads, organic, but most of it is going to be funnel specific type split tests work well. And the organic version of this is like Instagram has the trial reels, which hopefully you guys have heard about. Trial reels, wildly underused. But right now they just put a limit, so it's 5 permutations of a trial reel that you can put out per day. And the trial reels themselves, you want to make sure that they're obviously all different. But the way to do it is just have one meet and have 5 different hooks for them, and you'll see wildly different results. And it'll show you just how powerful nailing that first 3 seconds really is. Okay, so those are the things that we do to get more leads from our outreach attempts. We make better offers and better lead magnets like normal. We do more outreach using the AI tools. We buy more leads from brokers, software, or manual effort, or we run the events process. We get better targeting by qualifying our leads and making sure that the leads that we're getting in are the people who are most likely to buy and increase the likelihood that they become the type of lead who is going to be most valuable to our business. And we run a split test cadence on all components of the business on a weekly cadence using apple, orange, banana. Now, part 4. And I'll end off on this because I think we're cruising. So I will ask you this question because I think it's just a really good reframe. Layla was talking to a mentor, and she was saying that she was having issues with something, and basically that she had settled. And the mentor said something to her that, like, and it moved her and it certainly moved me. She said, "Are you trying or are you moving mountains?" And I just really like that. And the reason I'm bringing it up is I think because I want to land the plane kind of how we started and how we took it off, which is, sorry that all my bullets are all on the screen at the same time. It really destroys my nice timing here. But when I wanted to build out all of the funnels and all the VSLs that had to do this launch, like I could have very reasonably said this is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. But I was like, what does it actually take to build all of the materials for this? And I figured it would take like 8 guys and like 48 hours, all locked into a room. And so that's basically what I did. I just got the 8, craziest guys, stemmed up to the gills to stay in a room locked in. No one was allowed to come in except for food and water and the whole company. And we built out all the funnels, all the video sales letters, all the connection points, and we got the whole thing basically live in 24 or 26 working hours. So I had a timer because I wanted to prove the point that I know that like if we hadn't done it that way, it would have been like week after week after week. It'd be like, yeah, we're moving the project forward, we're moving the project forward. And I was like, we can get all of this done if all the decision makers are in the room for 2 days. And so that's what we did. And so I bring this up because it's like, so many times we have these goals of like, I want to get more leads or I want to scale the company. And it's like, are you really removing all doubt? Are you removing every variable that you possibly could? Are you trying? Are you moving fucking mountains? Right? And I'll tell you the story. I had a client way back in the day. His name was Derek. And honestly, he was just like a mediocre to shitty client. And he was always complaining and whining about like nothing's working, blah, 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 blah. Right? And like fast forward a few months, he became one of the highest performing gyms. So I got on the phone with him. I was like, what changed? And he was like, me. I was like, well, tell me more about that. He said, I was just like, I was always looking for a reason to say that something wouldn't work, like that I had like a special scenario. He's like, and then I just realized that like I was basically like staying poor and staying unsuccessful to prove myself right, rather than just like go all in and just really try to make things work. And as soon as I did that, I made way more. And I thought about that a lot. He ended up becoming, he actually ended up starting working for Gym Launch years later. And I kind of want to like tell that story partially for you guys because like you're going to be right either way. Like you're going to be right either way. I know I saw the chat. You guys have been like super awesome, which like you guys are dope. But like you're going to be right. Like if you're like, oh my God, I'm going to squeeze the hell out of the ROI here. There's so many things I'm going to use and deploy my business. It's like, yeah, you're right. And it'll probably work great for you. And then for somebody else, it's like, Alex didn't actually show me how to click every one of the buttons. You're right. You're right. It won't work for you. Right? It's not. Because like if you need someone to do that, you want someone to just give you money. Like that's what you want. Is that you want it to get regressed to the level where you want no effort. And I will promise, like I'll tell you this, is that many people will promise you that no one will actually do it. And so it takes people a different amount of time to realize that you are just going to have to figure some things out. And so if you get the direction correct, and you can avoid some pitfalls along the way, you will do significantly better. And I would just think about all my decisions directionally rather than absolutely, which I talked about at the big launch event. But I really meant that. And so I had a guy who was out here, Brent, I mentioned him earlier, needed to scale, basically needed to double his sales team. And so, I mean, I brought up the story to him of like, and he was like, oh, this is gonna be hard, this is gonna be a lot of work or whatever. And he's a great guy. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but for dramatic effect. But I was like, if your daughter was going to get taken from you in 30 days, unless you hired 40 sales guys, I was like, do you think you could hire 40 sales guys? He was like, yeah. And I was like, right, then why don't you? Like, what would you do? Like, what would you do? If you needed to go from what you're currently doing to 20 pieces of content a day, or someone would die, would you? Yes. Then why don't you? Like, you're willing to do this to save someone else, but you're not willing to do that level of effort to save yourself. And I find that odd. And so we had a portfolio company that we had to stand up a sales team, and we had to stand up a 50-person sales team in 90 days. I made a YouTube video about it. But I'll tell you what we did. It was really straightforward. We hired 10 different recruiters, and we told all of them they could bring as many as they wanted to us, and we'd pay this flat rate. And then we spun up our own recruiting and maxed out our ad spend across multiple platforms. And we ended up hiring like 80 and kept 50. And that process from end to end took 90 days. So like, let's say it was $5,000 per sales rep. It cost us 250 grand. And that team brought in like 5 million a month. It's like, what are we talking about, right? And so I think Jensen Huang was talking about how Elon built some data center, forgive me for whatever the technical jargon is, but he built something AI tech center thing in 19 days that's supposed to take like 18 months. And he did it basically 30 times as fast. And Elon has this algorithm that I really think about a lot because it's so incredibly useful. And it applies to everything in business when you're trying to fix a process, which is question, delete, optimize, accelerate, automate. I won't read this part to you, but basically like, why are we doing this? And if you find out that there's no point in doing it, don't do it, right? Optimize, my team's nodding their head behind the cameras because they've heard me say this so many times. Once you've deleted everything, then you optimize what's left and find the points of greatest leverage with the fewest actions that are required. And then you ask the question, when do you think you can get this done by? And then you ask, why can't you get it done today or within the next 2 hours? And then the follow-up question is, what is it that you're working on right now that is more important than this? And if there is nothing, then this becomes the biggest priority, right? We just have to ask these questions. And sometimes they say something, I'm like, no, that is more important. Let's do this, do this second. So you can do this by the end of today. And so when you get into these like operations modes, like if this matters to you, then make it matter, right? And then once you've accelerated the timeline, then you can just automate it, right? Which would be great. But big picture, like if you know what you need to do, then I've always struggled to understand why people don't do it. If you know how to do something under the context of, your family member would die, then you still already know how to do it. You just like choose to not try as hard. I just don't get it. And I'll give you a real world use case of this algorithm. So when we were going through this process, kind of like re-engineering the media team, I asked a question because we just bought all these really nice cameras. And I was like, so what's the issue? Like why can't we get stuff out like today? Like I film it now, why can't we get it out within an hour? And it was like, well, I mean, shoot, it takes us, 8 hours to upload this footage. And I was like, okay, why does it take us 8 hours to upload this footage? They're like, oh, because we have these fancy cameras. And I was like, why did we get fancy cameras if it just makes it longer to upload stuff? They're like, well, because they're fancy. And I was like, how does fancy cameras have anything to do with how well a piece of content does? They're like, it doesn't. And I was like, then why do we use them? And so you can see how these meetings go, right? And so then I created a new thing called Mission 24, which was that from the time we film something to the time it goes out is 24 hours. All right, because I had something that was like, I was coming in there like it's 2 to 3 week lead times for some of my YouTube videos. And I was like, this is dog shit. This is ridiculous. Why does this take that long? I was like, if a girl on Twitch can have an OnlyFans and she can have 3 camera angles using her toes to swap between things, I was like, we certainly have the resources and the skills and the intelligence to figure out how to do something comparable, right? Like why, and like her setup costs $100 and somehow mine costs 400,000. How does that work, right? And so the next big, breakthrough that we found out was that like 80% of the work in afterwards was in post-production. So that was like 8 to 16 hours per video. And we were able to solve that by just preparing more. And so 60 minutes of pre was worth like 18 hours of post. So we're like, let's do more prep. Okay, if we do more prep and we don't use fancy cameras, then all of a sudden we go from a 2-week lead time to a 2-day lead time. Great, if we do that, we 8x the speed of our ability to go from input to output. And so I bring this up because most of marketing comes down to this. You have an input-output equation. And so we just have to optimize this box. That's it. And so I'll give you one more little tidbit, which is that for those of you who do make content on a regular basis, making piece of content plus the CTA at the end, the CTA, we actually use AI for it a lot of times. So the AI video stuff isn't good enough, to my opinion, to do like the full ad. But if you're just doing a CTA at the end, HeyGen, Icon, there's a ton of different video AIs that are out there. You can just have them, like I have like 32 different settings of like t-shirts, hats, no hat, beard, short, long, inside, outside, whatever, sitting, standing, walking, iPhone selfie style, professional camera, all these different permutations. And then we can just type in what the CTA is, and then the avatar says it. So it's now a really easy way for you to get more leverage on the work that you do. So this is like the process that we went through in terms of like, how do we accelerate it? How do we automate it? Like all of that stuff. And so I bring this up because I said I was going to land the plane like I took it off, which is that speed is the greatest strategic advantage. So if you think about it from the equal opposite perspective, like taking to the opposite extreme, you do nothing ever, right? You're so slow that nothing ever gets accomplished. And so the alternate version of this is like you're so fast that no one even has an innovator's advantage, because 1 second after they produce something, you already have it produced. And so the reason strategy is so important is that it unlocks speed. It's because it allows you to allocate all your resources to the point of greatest leverage. And so I'll tell you an example of this. So I had a home flipping company. So they were doing, I think, like 16, 17 million a year. So decent sized business. And so they did an L3 with me here in Vegas, which is me with like 10 business owners. And in going through all of the stuff, the point of greatest leverage in the business is that they had a slow cash conversion cycle. And because of that, they were cash flow constrained. And so they knew how to get the deals, they knew how to flip the properties, but because of how long it took from buying the properties to investing the properties to flipping and getting their profit, they would either have to raise a huge fund, which it wasn't like the best for that, and they didn't want to dilute their equity and things like that, or dilute the returns. It wouldn't be worth it. Or I just said, if you just went from it takes you 90 days to flip this to 30 days to flip it, all your problems are solved. You can do 3 times the revenue that you currently are. You're no longer cash flow constrained, and. And the initial reaction was like, well, there's no way we could do that. And I said, why? And so after we kept unplugging, like, why? Well, could you pay this guy more? Well, could you do this? By the end of it, it was like, we could totally do this. We could probably do it in 20 days. It's like, right. But the thing is that we have to start again, kind of like the refrigerator example of like, instead of like, what's in the fridge, just asking the question of like, what would it take? What do I want to eat for dinner? Like if we wanted to be the fastest, what would we do? If we wanted to make it the easiest, what would we do? If we wanted to make the most guaranteed, the risk-free, what would we actually do? And operating from that perspective, and the reason I'm bringing this up to quote land the plane is that the big things still matter the most, right? I can go through as many of the details and all these tactics and all these things that we want. And I know you guys got a bunch of those, a ton of different notes that you can take from it. But like, the restaurant will not succeed if the food sucks, right? You have to make a good sandwich. Like, it doesn't matter how good your marketing is, because eventually the word of mouth will still catch up to you on the negative side. Because negative word of mouth travels way faster, way broader than positive does. And so it takes a ton of time of really consistent execution to get a decent reputation. And it takes a very short amount of time of terrible execution to get a very bad, very big reputation. And so I bring all this up because I want to ask the question, which is like, how hard are you really trying? And people really want to feel justified that they've tried it all and they've somehow found an insolvable problem, because by saying that, they protect their egos. But the reality is that unless physics presents it, it is solvable. But you have to admit that you're the reason that it hasn't solved it. And so my recommendation is pick and then commit. So just pick one of the things that we talked about today and then fully commit. Fully commit to making it happen. Just unreasonable amounts of volume. Like, you're going to lose your children, you're going to lose your loved ones, whatever that big, amazing, big terrible thing that could happen is, whatever that is, what would you actually do? What would you actually do if you had to do it? And so then give it the appropriate amount of respect to bear fruit. And I will give you a piece of advice from Layla, so she would chime in right now. And you say, also, sometimes there are some solutions that take time to solve problems. And so don't solve the same problem twice before you let the first solution kick in. And this is something that's super common. You're in pain, you attack it with this thing that's going to fix it in 3 months. 1 month in, you say, I'm still in pain, and you want to attack it with something else. Sometimes you have to give time. You have to let things work. And so I say that as a balancing message from what I was saying before. But if you had to make it work in 30 days, then probably start with that first. And so I think I'll wrap with this, which is that brand is the tide that will lift all boats for you. If you do outreach, brand will act as nurture, so the content that you make will improve the effectiveness of your outreach. For your paid ads, if you have brand, you will get significantly higher returns on your advertising, even if your ads suck, even if your funnels suck. Obviously for content, duh. Branding happens typically through content. And so the best day to begin branding was 20 years ago. The second best day is today. We want to build things that are aspirational, that are 10 times their goal. And then they can figure, well, he can probably keep me warm on the way to work, right? And so my recommendation for some of you guys who are like, should I start making content? Should I not? I do think that nowadays it does make a lot of sense for you to start doing, even though I'm a big fan of focus. I just like, it has such a lift on so many different parts of the business, and all of those customers that come in are super warm, they'll pay more. It's just really great. And if you've only had outreach and ads as your primary way of getting leads, like you have never gotten warm leads, and it is awesome. It's so much better. And so I would say that there's two steps to this. The one is like the just barely alive, just show you have a pulse. So 1 to 3 posts a week on the channels that you get the most leads from. All we want someone to say is like, okay, they're legit. So just minimum effective posts for outbound or for ads. That's all we have to do. That's my ask for if you're doing outbound or ads. Just make just enough that people are like, okay, they're alive. Okay. What'll happen though is that over time, you'll shift because you'll start getting leads from it, and they'll be super hot and they'll close really fast. And you'll be like, holy shit, like 1/3 of our sales are coming from these tiny posts that we're making. And then you'll start getting excited about it. And so then you'll start posting as much as humanly possible. And the thing is that never ends. You just keep building media infrastructure. To whoever asked me like, why don't you post 100 times a day? I was like, because I suck. That's why. Because I should be better and I should fucking try harder than I am. That's why. So I'm working on it. And so the point is that you're going to post as much as you can so you can get as good as you can so that eventually you can build a machine that continues to scale. All right. And so the reason that it's worth it is because you'll get more leads, you'll get cheaper leads who will buy faster, they'll spend more, they're less price resistant, they're more likely to buy again, they're more likely to refer friends. And to use Buffett's quote, if you have to say a prayer before you raise your prices, you don't have a good business. And so branding gives you pricing power and demand. It gives you both of those things, which is the ultimate leverage in business. And so a few final thoughts. Why I think I've always been able to generate more demand than I've been able to deliver on. Just comes down to like the 2 statements of do epic shit and then talk about what you did. And I think that it's like very simple to say, very hard to do. And you usually have to think much further out than most people do in terms of planning and how much effort goes into making things good. And if we think about like, what is the purpose of doing all this stuff? The purpose of marketing is to shift the supply demand curve. So if we have supply and demand, right? If we shift the curve, right? Then what's going to happen is we're going to get, so if demand goes up this way, right? Then price will go up, right? So by doing this, we get more people to buy at a higher price. So what we're trying to do with marketing is artificially shift the demand curve in our favor and have superior supply demand economics because we just pull supply towards us. And so the leverage that we try to create is to get as much as you can for what you put in. And that is the foundation of strategy. And so everybody here who's listening to this has very limited resources. And I went over zillions of different things that you can do to get more leads, except for the one person who asked if I could give a couple tips on getting leads. Which is still great. But the biggest thing that you can do to get more leads is just do way more than you currently are. That's all I could say. Like, it's so much more. I mean, when I showed you PBD's doing 9 longs a day, right? And Ramsey's doing 4 longs a day, just on his 2 main channels, not including the other 7 channels he has. Like, and you're like, I'm getting, 2 longs out a month. It's like, yeah, like they're literally doing like 200 times the advertising you're doing. And that's just on that one platform, not what they're doing across everything else. And so when you actually do the math, it's actually much more linear than you expect it to be. If you're like, okay, well, I posted, and I want to give you guys some basic math here. So let's say you did 1 post a day, which is more than most of you do. But let's just say you did 1 post a day. It's like you did 365 posts. It's like I did 35,000. So I did 100 times more than you. Now, if you look at your actual results, it's like, well, if you actually posted once a day, it's like maybe you're doing $1 million a year. Great. Well, we'll do more than $100 million this year. Obviously, we did 100 in the weekend, but it's not that far off. You just it really is a much more linear equation than you think it is. It's just that most people cannot believe that it's possible to do 100 times more than they currently are, or 1,000 times more than they currently are. But it is, and that's what the really big companies do. So with that, those are my final words. I appreciate you guys. You guys were awesome. Hopefully you enjoyed the marketing leads implementation workshop. Yeah, you guys rock. Thank you for being great. And with that, I bid you adieu. All right, cool. So, Flexi fireballs, and I'll be streaming tomorrow. For those of you who are on the call sheet, I think most people are probably pretty roasted right now. So I'll let you guys say hi to your families and your children. All right, out.